Well, the Civil Aviation Ministry has jumped into action, and since morning there are several meetings that have taken place. To put into context, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu had called a meeting at 9:30 a.m. with the DGCA officials and the Civil Aviation Ministry officials just before the first meeting of the Standing Committee of Parliament for Transport, Tourism and Culture, in which the agenda is very clear. This is the first meeting inside the Parliament. The members have been called in. To which Ram Mohan Naidu is not a part of it, but the agenda is to hear from the Secretary of the Civil Aviation Ministry regarding the working of the Civil Aviation Ministry. Now, he will be definitely asked by the members of this committee about the recent threat calls that had been received by different airline carriers and what action the DGCA has taken into it. Regarding that, the Civil Aviation Minister was briefed today by the Joint Secretary as well as the DGCA and Civil Aviation Ministry officials as well as to what reply they are going to give inside the Parliament regarding this and what steps they have taken. Shortly after that, of course, we all know that there is a cabinet meeting happening at 7 LKM. So Ram Mohan Naidu, being a part of it, had left for it. But the Joint Secretary and the Secretary will be present inside the Parliament where we are reporting from, and he will be giving a detailed reply to the members of the Parliamentary Standing Committee for Transport regarding the recent Hoax calls. Of course, the DGCA and the Civil Aviation Ministry sources have told us that they had prepared a detailed reply in which they have stated those carriers who have received such hoax calls had given only clearance after they had screened the passengers, and the clearance had been given by the local agencies and the people who had been given a chance to investigate into it. And later these airline carriers had given clearance to fly. But how they will be stopped from where these threat calls are being received is a part of investigation which is currently going on, and all of this will be briefed today inside the Parliament to the Parliament Standing Committee. On the other side, we are also getting information that Civil Aviation Minister had called another meeting in the afternoon with the airline carriers regarding the recent hoax calls, and they will be asked about what action they are taking, and a joint plan will be prepared to stop these threat calls which are being received recently by different airline carriers in different zones of the country.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashwarya. All eyes on that parliamentary panel meeting that's coming up amidst these threats to Indian airliners with hoax calls that have grounded several flights. We're talking about multiple flights that have been impacted in the last 48 hours alone. And an Air India flight, which was directed to Chicago from New Delhi, was diverted to Canada following a hoax bomb threat. And it is the Canada Air Force that has, in fact, stepped in and helped the people there. These are Indian, the Air India passengers, and we have my colleague Vishnu joining us. Vishnu, why are these Air India passengers being evacuated by the Canadian Air Force? Why has the Air India airlines not been able to help out these stranded passengers?
That's because there are flight duty limitations for Air India pilots. They cannot operate an aircraft if they've been active for a certain number of hours. That's number one. Number two, the place where they landed in Inuit is one of the most remote in all of Canada. It's a subarctic town. There are literally just a few dozen homes over there and an air base. They didn't have space in hotels, neither did they have facilities at the airport to account for 211 odd passengers who were on that Air India aircraft. So the Canadian government, their defense ministry, their emergency preparedness ministry, they came together. They flew across a CC-130, which is a military version of a commercial airliner, to that place. They got all the passengers on board, and they are now on their way to Chicago. Their luggage will follow soon, perhaps on that Air India flight when it does operate, because the luggage had to be kept aside for security clearance. In a small airport like this, that was not possible. So a huge inconvenience to those passengers and to airlines. The largest story here, of course, is that 10 airlines, all Indian airlines, right, have been impacted by these hoax bomb calls in 36 odd hours.
Right. Of course, also, Vishnu, when we talk about the timing of this comes at a time when the relationship between India and Canada has seen, its lowest in terms of, diplomats who have, in fact, been, sent back from both countries.
Yeah, that's right. The relationship between India and Canada has plummeted to new low. This was done on humanitarian grounds, and given, the fairly critical situation which could have emerged if you had 211 odd passengers on the ground in a tiny airport with no facilities or minimal facilities over there. So the Canadian government also realized that they needed to have a role in moving these passengers out, which is why they've done that. So these passengers are now on their way to their original destination, Chicago. So this was done on humanitarian grounds. Air India has thanked local responders for reaching out.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all these details. And let's just get you the latest as far as the pollution situation is concerned. And the top court has slammed the air pollution panel. We're talking about the Supreme Court talking about the air quality panel being a toothless wonder, and that the officials, again, there'll be action taken against officials. And this is what the Supreme Court has said while reprimanding the government of Punjab and Haryana, giving them a deadline of a week. This is what the Supreme Court has gone ahead and said, that they will be giving a deadline of a 1 week notice to the government of Punjab and Haryana, and asking about why no action really has been taken against violators. So the top Haryana officials to appear in person. This comes after the centre on Tuesday assured that the Supreme Court that the members of the Commission for Air Quality Management in the NCR region and adjoining areas, including its chairperson, have sufficient experience in the field of air pollution and environmental issues. And we have Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, just take us through the proceedings in court, with the Supreme Court coming down very heavily when it comes to Punjab and Haryana government, talking about action that will be taken against officials as well as violators.
That's right. As we speak, the proceedings are continuing, and the Supreme Court is coming down not only heavily on Haryana and Punjab, but also on the Centre for Air Quality Commission, this Air Quality Management, very categorically saying it's a toothless wonder, and that there are no experts in terms of air pollution. It's only of retired bureaucrats, and really clearly giving 1 week to Punjab as well as Haryana to deal with the Haryana stubble burning. Has already summoned the Chief Secretary of Haryana to give a personal explanation of non-compliance of orders. And as we speak, they continue to grill the Advocate General of the Punjab government as well as the Secretary, and asking them why they have given a wrong statement and wanting very categorically, submissions to be made in writing to the central government for the use of those machines in the stubble burning. In terms of money and finances, that has not yet come. And it's in that backdrop that the Supreme Court three-judge bench is grilling and asking serious questions as Delhi's, the National Capital Region's air pollution goes from bad to worse.
Right, of course, the Supreme Court slamming the government of Punjab and Haryana and saying that orders are not being followed, which is why that deadline of a 1 week notice is being given to the government of Punjab and Haryana. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with those details. Now let's just get you the very latest from Jammu and Kashmir, and it is in fact Omar Abdullah who will be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir in a matter of minutes from now at 11:30 in Srinagar. But it is the Congress party which is unlikely to be part of the Omar Abdullah cabinet. From what we are hearing, the Congress has been demanding 3 cabinet berths, but only 1 berth has been offered, along with the possibility of a deputy speaker's position. The Chief Minister, who says they're in talks with the Congress party, who will be supporting the National Conference from the outside. This is the Congress party who is now saying, of course, we will have, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, as well as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, along with Akhilesh Yadav, all there in attendance as far as that swearing-in ceremony is concerned. But let's just listen in to how Omar Abdullah is reacting to the Congress, staying out of the cabinet formation today.
Not out of the cabinet. It's for the Congress to decide. We've been in discussions with them. So I will not be filling all 9 vacancies in the Council of Ministers. Some vacancies will be kept to be filled going ahead. As I said, we're in talks with the Congress. If all was not well, Kharge ji, Rahul and other senior leaders of the Congress would not be coming here. Jammu and Kashmir has gone through an extremely difficult time. People have enormous expectations. and our challenge is to live up to those expectations.
Or take oath as the first Chief Minister of the Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of Article 370.
I have some strange distinctions. I was the last Chief Minister to serve a full 6-year term. Now I'll be the first Chief Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The last distinction, as in the one of serving 6 years, I'm quite happy about. Being a Chief Minister of a Union Territory is a different matter altogether. It has its own challenges, but I hope that the status of a Union Territory is a temporary one.
10 साल के बाद यहाँ पे लोगों की हुकूमत होगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट जो है बहुत जल्दी स्टेटहुड रिस्टोर करेगी और पूरे जो महकमे हैं, ताकत है, वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को मिलेगी। तब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट जो है यहाँ के लोगों के मुश्किलात को दूर कर सकेगी तेज़ी से, और फिर से जम्मू कश्मीर जो है वो हिंदुस्तान का मुकुट है, ताज है, ताज चमकने लगेगा, उसकी हम उम्मीद करते हैं।
And to get more on this, we have my colleague Nazir joining us. Nazir, take us through, we are hearing that the Congress has declined the offer of that one ministerial berth in the incoming government. What's really brewing with the Congress party, and why is there such a delay as far as the decision is concerned in regard to that one ministerial candidate?
Well, Congress has so far decided not to be part of the, they are supporting part of the government, but not to join the cabinet, because first they could not pick their right candidate because they have 6 MLAs and they could not choose who would be the ministerial candidate. So clearly they are not joining the government, though there would be no Congress minister in this government. 6 ministers, including Chief Minister, will take oath today. And it is a right mix of both the regions, Jammu and the Kashmir, and also right mix of the Hindu and the Muslim. Jammu and Kashmir has a 70% Muslim population and 28% Hindu population, and I can tell you there are 2 Hindu ministers and 4 Muslim ministers. There are 3 ministers from the valley, including Chief Minister, and 3 from the Jammu. One is what we hear, Umar Abdullah, then there's Javed Dar, who is a MLA from Rafiabad in North Kashmir. You have Sakina Yuttu, only minister, woman minister who will be in Umar Abdullah cabinet. Then there will be Surinder Chaudhary from Nowshera Rajouri, who has defeated BJP President, State President Ravinder Rana. And then there would be a very interesting ex-army man, Satish Sharma, son of a former Congress leader who contested independent candidate from Cham in Jammu, who will be taking oath as a minister in Umar Abdullah government. And also Gujar tribal leader Javed Rana from Poonch Rajouri. So Poonch Rajouri, which has given a big mandate to National Conference, is also, because BJP tried a lot by giving reservation to the Pahadis, but that didn't work when it comes to winning seats. So so that is the kind of thing. Let me, Minister of ruling party, let me talk to the opposition. Wahidur Rahman Para, he has come to attend this swearing ceremony. Wahidji, what are your first thoughts as Umar Abdullah is taking oath?
I think all of us, on behalf of PDP, want a stable government. And Jammu and Kashmir, there has been a void for 6 years now.
Okay.
And there's a lot of silence in Jammu and Kashmir. People actually want a people's representation. We want a stable government in state, and we will do everything to support that stable government in whatever capacity it is required.
But can you hear this? The opposition party, PDP, saying their main leader, Wahidur Rahman Farah, we will support the government to be a stable government and to deliver.
Yeah, definitely all of us want to help the government to deliver, and there are huge expectations from this government.
Okay.
So we expect Umar Sahab and his party, his government, to deliver on the promises that have been made in their manifesto.
Okay. So tomorrow, if they move the resolution, will you support that?
Definitely, whatever suits the interests of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir state, we will support all such resolutions, and we want them to deliver on their poll promise.
So Congress, we are hearing that may not be the part of the, there would be no Congress minister in the government, though they are part of, and importantly, top leadership of the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge they are attending this swearing ceremony, and National Conference clearly said, look, if there would have been a problem between the two parties, then they would not have come. So it would be in fact a united face of the India Alliance as well on Umar Abdullah's swearing ceremony today. Wahid, just one last question. We have this election after a gap of 10 years, then we have the first, rather stable government, which has the almost absolute majority. Your party has just 3 MLAs. You are also MLA from Pulwama. But, expectations of the common man from the government and including your party.
I think the
which they should do the
expectations
first.
are to stop the process of dispossession. That was started 5 years before.
Okay.
And to begin with the process of reclaiming whatever we have lost, the orders that have been unilaterally passed,
Okay.
the land rights, the the large issue of 370 and
Correct.
how to begin that process. We are all with this government to fight for restoration of special status of Jammu and Kashmir, and that's the core issue we want this government to deliver on, the main issue of which is about the restoration of 370 and statehood of Jammu and Kashmir.
So that is the opposition voice also. They say they will support it. Number one, stop the dispossession because people were being thrown out. They were being removed from the land, state land and other lands. So that should stop. They are also saying that that bulldozer action which used to be here, removing people is, what the officials used to say, encroachment, that should stop. And they say reclaim what we have lost, which are the lands and job rights, land rights, which has been the common. We have seen agenda of all the political parties in Jammu and Kashmir. But for now, while from now you will see Jammu and Kashmir will be having new government, first elected government in the Union Territory, and Umar Abdullah says he hopes that it will be now a temporary arrangement. Besides, I will tell you, this India Alliance, NC had reportedly, National Conference had reportedly invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he has not been able to attend this ceremony today. But they are trying to make the start from the positive note. Umar Abdullah has clearly said, look, I want a positive and constructive relationship with the central government, not that one of the confrontation.
Right, thank you so much, Nazir. All eyes on that swearing-in ceremony that is about to begin at 11:30, just 10 minutes to go. And to get more on this, we also have Nisha Chaudhary joining us, as well as Javed Hashmi, senior, journalist with us. Nisha Chaudhary, over to you first. When we talk about Umar Abdullah saying that all is well and that they are keeping the vacancies open as far as the Council of Ministers is concerned, what is this really indicative of with the Congress, extending its support only from the outside for now?
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, Omar Abdullah, who was a reluctant entrant into the assembly elections, you remember he had said that I don't want to be sitting in the ante-room of the LG, given the powers of the Union Territory. He is exuding what I would call, quiet confidence. It's not overstated in what he's saying, and yet there is optimism. And he has reached out in early hours after the results to the center as well as to the Raj Bhavan to repair the relationships that have been troubled. And the governor has again today said, as far as he's concerned, there's going to be no confrontation from his side. He said,
Union Territory, which was a state, what is your...
देखिए स्टेटहुड की अधिकार और स्टेट के पक्ष में हूँ मैं, क्योंकि आधी अधूरी लोकतंत्र है. अभी पूरे अधिकार कहाँ हैं?
जी.
जो अधिकार कहीं और बांध दिए गए उसके पक्ष में हम नहीं हैं.
तो आप आ रहे हैं और दूसरे इंडिया अलायंस के पार्टनर भी आ रहे हैं इस स्वेरिंग सेरेमनी में, तो व्हाट मैसेज आप क्या देना चाहते हैं?
इंडिया गठबंधन और मजबूत हो, स्ट्रेंथन हो, बीजेपी देश से हटे.
और यहाँ जो कश्मीर में, जम्मू कश्मीर में जो चैलेंज हैं यहाँ सरकार के यहाँ, क्योंकि 10 साल बाद पहले असेंबली इलेक्शन हुए, 6 साल तक प्रेसिडेंशियल रूल, पहली गवर्नमेंट है, लोगों को कहते हैं एक्सपेक्ट है, लेकिन वो कहते हैं डिलीवर नहीं कर पाएंगे जब तक ये यूनियन टेरिटरी है. व्हाट इंडिया अलायंस विल डू टू रेस्टोर दिस?
देखिए फारूक अब्दुल्ला यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री रहे, उनसे पहले उमर मुख्यमंत्री बन रहे हैं, जरूर है. और क्योंकि जो अधिकार आपके पास होने चाहिए एक लोकतंत्र में, मुख्यमंत्री के पास, वो मुख्यमंत्री के पास नहीं है.
तो ये कहते हैं ये पहला असॉल्ट था जो फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर जो इंडिया का है, एक स्टेट को यूनियन टेरिटरी बनाया गया, जब यहाँ राहुल गांधी.
Right, Nisha Chaudhary and Mr. Hashmi with us. Nisha Chaudhary, of course, we've seen the India Alliance there since Tuesday. Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav has been in Srinagar. Of course, Supriya Sule of the NCP. We also have Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party, along with the top leaders of the Congress Party, whether it's Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, all being there. And which is what Omar Abdullah has gone on to say, that their presence at the swearing-in ceremony says it all, and that there seems to be no rift in the party.
yes, I think that is the whole idea, even though the Congress is not going to be part of the government, and that may be part of a strategy, because the Congress is, has to take care of all its interests all over India, may not want to give the impression that it's moving very close to the center, whereas the Omar Abdullah will have to work closely with the center. Even though I must say he had made a distinction between NC versus BJP, different from Srinagar and Delhi working together. So that's a very fine distinction. But anyway, the India Alliance is there in full force to say that there is no rift and they stand behind Omar Abdullah's government, which is a good thing that's happening. And it's a new beginning being made. And it will take the far-sightedness of both sides, both Omar Abdullah and Raj Bhavan and North Bloc, to not let go of this opportunity, which but comes rarely in the life of a nation, and how to really normalize the situation, keep it peaceful, let the new government deal with the problems, day-to-day problems of the people who were dealing only with bureaucrats, and really, so that statehood comes back to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. That is going to be the major objective, as many of the leaders of the India bloc have stated on your channel.
Right, ma'am. Of course, we just heard Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav talk about restoration of statehood in Jammu and Kashmir, and that also Omar Abdullah has been underlining as a key expectation of his government as far as the restoration is concerned. That was revoked after Article 370. That scrapped, that it was scrapped in August of 2019. Mr. Hashmi, take us through the challenges that Omar Abdullah will be facing, given the complexities of the Union territories.
There are lots of challenges that Omar Abdullah is going to face. The biggest challenge is that there's huge regional divide between Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu has largely voted for Bharatiya Janata Party. Out of 34 Hindu MLAs, the 29 are from Bharatiya Janata Party. That's the first challenge that Omar Abdullah will have to take head on. And the second big challenge for Omar Abdullah is to deliver on the promises that he has made. We'll have to see how he will revoke PSC. He has talked about revoking Public Safety Act. He has talked about 200 units of free electricity. That's something which is very difficult given the kind of situation that we are in. 10,000, we buy electricity for around rupees 10,000 crore. Our revenue is just 3,000 crores. So you have to see how you can, deliver on that promise. Besides that, as I said, the biggest issue for Omar Abdullah is you just see the composition of the cabinet. He has he has chosen one member from North Kashmir, one from South Kashmir, one from Rajouri Punj, one from Jammu region, and one from the ST community. That is how he's trying to balance between regional, sub-regional identities. This is how he's trying to ensure that his cabinet looks like representing entire Jammu and Kashmir. The Congress is not part of the government, but Omar Abdullah still has 4 spots to fill. So it will be very interesting to see how Omar fills the rest of the, 3 spots to fill, to ensure that regional and sub-regional balances are maintained. And the biggest challenge, another big challenge for Omar Abdullah would be, since he would not be heading the Home Department, most of the issues related to Jammu and Kashmir have one other thing to do with the Home Ministry. So we'll have to see how he deals with that. He has to have a nice working relationship with Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP has 29 members in Jammu. I'm hearing that they're going to be, they are not going to be troublesome for the government. They're going to keep things easy for the government. But we'll have to see how Omar tides over all these challenges that he'll be facing as first Chief Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Already people are saying that he'll be one of the weakest Chief Ministers weakest Chief Minister in the country. But we'll have to see whether that turns out to be true or New Delhi.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Hashmi and Nija Chaudhary for joining us. We will continue our discussion on the other side of this very short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzzed. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Visuals on your screen, live visuals coming in of Omar Abdullah, who's set to take oath as Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. In attendance is the Congress party with Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as well as Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav there as well. And it is Omar Abdullah who has gone on to say that, all is well as far as the party is concerned, given the fact that the National Conference that has dominated the September-October Jammu and Kashmir election, winning 42 of 90 seats, while the Congress that was expected to do well won only 6 seats. And the Congress has decided to sit out as far as the cabinet formation is concerned. The Congress will not be part of the new Jammu and Kashmir government, despite having allied with Omar Abdullah's National Conference. The sources have told NDTV that the Congress so far has declined the offer of one ministerial berth in the incoming government, will be offering support only from the outside. But it is Omar Abdullah who's gone on to say that all is well and they're in talks with the Congress party, which is why all the Congress leaders are there in attendance as far as the swearing-in ceremony is concerned. So Omar Abdullah saying that they are in talks and not all 9 vacancies are going to be filled. Some are open as talks continue with the Congress party. There you can see Akhilesh Yadav, who was there since yesterday, meeting with Farooq Abdullah there. Of course, all of them, the India Alliance, they're in full attendance, lending their support as far as Omar Abdullah is concerned. And Omar Abdullah is being sworn in, just the ceremony that's about to take place some minutes from now. There is Omar Abdullah on stage, ready to be sworn in as the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And joining us now is Nazir from Srinagar. Nazir, just take us through who all are there in attendance for the swearing-in ceremony.
While Omar Abdullah has started taking oath as the Lieutenant Governor, Manoj has taken oath of office. The oath taking is underway of Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. So this is a new beginning in Jammu and Kashmir. New beginning in Jammu and Kashmir. After a gap of almost 10 years, we saw the first assembly election, and then the constitution change in Jammu and Kashmir. and we have seen abrogation of Article 370 and Jammu and Kashmir divided into two union territories. And now, after a gap of more than 6.5 years, Jammu and Kashmir remain under center rule, and finally we have a government in place. So Omar Abdullah has taken oath of office as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, and second in the seat after Omar Abdullah will take oath is Surinder Chaudhary. He's from Nowshera Rajouri, MLA Nowshera Rajouri. He has defeated BJP's Ravindra Rana, BJP state president. He will be the second. You can see the kind of seniority. First rightness of Omar Abdullah has completed his oath. He's going back to his seat. Now it will be this Surinder Chaudhary. Then you have on the seat waiting to take oath is Sakina Yatu. Then you have Javed Rana, and then you have Javed Dar, and then you have Sati Sharma. Now Surinder Chaudhary, National Conference MLA from Nowshera and Rajouri, is taking oath as the minister in So there would be total 5 ministers in the government of the cabinet. So it would be the 6th member. Around 6 chairs, and all those people who are taking oath today are sitting there in the dais as J&K Lieutenant Governor is giving.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established. That I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India. That I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance to the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Omar Abdullah, do swear in the name of God that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Chief Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
I now request Shri Surinder Kumar Chaudhary to take oath as Deputy Chief Minister for the Union Territory of J&K.
मैं सुरेंद्र कुमार चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं जम्मू व कश्मीर संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्य का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान के और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं सुरेंद्र कुमार चौधरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय जम्मू व कश्मीर संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा प्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
I now request Ms. Sakina Ittu to take oath as Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
I, Sakina Ittu, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Sakina Ittu, do swear in the name of God, affirm that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, except as may required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
I now request Shri Javed Ahmed Rana to take oath as Minister of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
मैं जावेद अहमद राना अल्लाह अज़्ज़वजल के नाम पर हल्फ उठाता हूं कि मैं भारत के आईन पर जो कानून की रूह से करार पाया है सच्चा एतकाद रखूंगा और इसके ताई वफादारी बरतूंगा। ये कि मैं भारत की खुद मुख्तारी और सालमियत को बरकरार रखूंगा। ये कि मैं उस फर्ज को जो मुझे सौंपा जा रहा है वफादारी फर्जशनासी के साथ जम्मू कश्मीर की यूनियन टेरिटरी के लिए वजीर की हैसियत से अंजाम दूंगा। ये कि मैं हर तरह के लोगों के साथ बिला किसी खौफ, जानबदारी, लगाव, अदावत के आयन और कानून के मुताबिक इंसाफ करूंगा। मैं जावेद अहमद राना खुदा के नाम पर हल्फ उठाता हूं कि मैं बिल वास्ता या बिला वास्ता किसी शख्स या अशखास को किसी मामला जो मेरे जेर गौर लाया जाए या जिसका मुझे बातौर जम्मू कश्मीर यूनियन टेरिटरी के वजीर की हैसियत से इल्म हो कि इतला नहीं दूंगा या उसको जाहिर नहीं करूंगा, मां सिवाय ऐसी सूरत के जबकि मुझे ऐसे वजीर की हैसियत से फराइज की बाज़ाब्ता सरअंजाम दही के लिए ऐसा करना मतलूब हो।
I now request Shri Javed Ahmed Rana to take oath as Minister of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
I, Javed Ahmed Rana, do swear in the name of God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as a Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and that I will do right to all manner of people in accordance with the Constitution and the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. I, Javed Ahmed Rana, do swear in the name of God that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person or persons any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as a Minister for the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as such Minister.
There we can see the swearing-in ceremony that's taking place in Srinagar with Omar Abdullah, the last Chief Minister to serve a full 6 years and is now the first Chief Minister of the Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, the swearing-in ceremony that is taking place of the Cabinet of Ministers, with Omar Abdullah saying that there is going to be some opening still left for the Congress party as they continue their discussions.
To the Constitution of India as well as established. I will uphold this.
Union with his ministers, group of ministers, prime ministers taking picture with the Lieutenant Governor before this oath-taking ceremony is formally over. So this government has a right mix of people from all regions and states. You have a Chief Minister, a Kashmiri Muslim, and you have a Deputy Chief Minister as a Hindu from Jammu. And then you have a representation of the Gujar Bakarwal community. Kashmiri, participation.
Omar Abdullah there taking oath as the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. The last Chief Minister to serve a full 6 years has become the first Chief Minister of the Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir. It is the Congress Party and the India Alliance that's out in full attendance in order to extend their support as far as the formation of the new government is concerned. And let's get you the very latest from Maharashtra.
निवडणुकीचा शंखनाद झालाय. अर्थात आमच्याकरता शंखनाद झालाय, काहींकरता ऐलान झालाय. पण आज या निमित्ताने आमच्या महायुती सरकारने 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये जे काही कार्य केलेलं आहे त्याचे एक रिपोर्ट कार्ड आपल्यापुढे आम्ही ठेवतो आहोत. अर्थात हे संक्षिप्त रिपोर्ट कार्ड आहे, कारण आपल्याला ठळक बाबीच तुमच्यापर्यंत पोहोचवता येतील. सविस्तर त्यातला प्रत्येक मुद्दा आणि त्या घटकांकरता केलेली कामं याची पुस्तिका आहे. त्याच्यामुळे ती काही आपल्यासमोर ठेवणं आम्हाला आता संयुक्तिक वाटत नाही, ते आपल्यापर्यंत आम्ही पोहोचवू. एक महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेच्या लक्षात आलं असेल, स्थगिती सरकार गेल्यानंतर गती आणि प्रगतीचं सरकार हे गेल्या 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये महाराष्ट्राने बघितलेलं आहे. आणि ज्या वेगाने मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथरावजी शिंदे यांच्या नेतृत्वातील सरकारने या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये ट्रान्सफॉर्मेशनल, पूर्णपणे परिवर्तन करणाऱ्या अशा प्रकारच्या योजना आणल्या, या निश्चितपणे आमच्या कामाची गती आणि महाराष्ट्राची प्रगती या दोन्ही गोष्टी सांगणाऱ्या आहेत. खरं म्हणजे ज्याचा उल्लेख या ठिकाणी झाला की महाराष्ट्र हे पहिलं राज्य आहे की ज्या राज्याने शेती विजेकरता स्वतंत्र शेतकरी वीज कंपनी स्थापन केली. या कंपनीच्या अंतर्गत 14,000 मेगावॅट वीज निर्मितीचं काम सुरू केलं सोलरच्या माध्यमातून. आणि पुढच्या 15 ते 18 महिन्यामध्ये म्हणजे आतापर्यंत त्यातलं 1,500 मेगावॅट पूर्ण पण झालं. 15 ते 18 महिन्यात याचं सगळं काम डिलिव्हर होईल आणि त्यानंतर महाराष्ट्रातल्या शेतकऱ्यांना 365 दिवसा वीज ही आम्ही उपलब्ध करून देऊ. हा एक अत्यंत क्रांतिकारी निर्णय आणि काम
throughout the year 365 days
आम्ही सुरू केलेलं आहे. आणि 8.5 रुपयांनी जी वीज पडायची ती वीज आता केवळ 3 रुपयाला पडणार आहे. त्यामुळे महाराष्ट्र सरकारचे 10,000 कोटी रुपये बजेटमधले आणि 5,000 कोटी रुपये क्रॉस सबसिडीचे आम्ही यातनं वाचवणार आहोत. आणि याच्याच आधारावर आम्ही शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत विजेची योजना आणली. आणि म्हणूनच जे अजितदादांनी सांगितलं की मागच्या काँग्रेसच्या सरकारमध्ये घोषणा केली आणि नंतर बदलून गेले, कधी प्रिंटिंग मिस्टेक सांगितली, असा हा निर्णय
in the last Congress government they made decisions but then later they said it was a printing mistake. This is not one of those decisions. This is a well thought decision.
चालेल अशी व्यवस्था करून आम्ही हा निर्णय घेतलाय. आणि
We
म्हणून
are putting in a system which will be a long lasting one and will be there for several years
सुरू राहील आणि त्यांना दिवसा 12 तास वीज मिळेल. दुसरा महत्वाचा आम्ही निर्णय केला की शेतकऱ्यांना मागेल त्याला सौर पंप केवळ 10% पैसे भरायचे आणि त्याला सौर पंप मिळेल. 25 वर्ष विजेचं बिल येणार नाही. 5 वर्ष सगळी देखरेख ही सरकार करेल. चोरीला गेला तर इन्शुरन्स आहे, फूट झाली तर इन्शुरन्स आहे. आणि मागितल्यानंतर 3 महिन्यात त्याच्या शेतीमध्ये ही पण व्यवस्था आपल्या सरकारने केली आहे.
Before 3 months after the demand has been made, we'll provide
शेतकऱ्याला चिंतामुक्त करण्याचं काम हे आपल्या सरकारच्या माध्यमातून या ठिकाणी झालेलं आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की शेतकऱ्यांनी देखील त्याचं प्रचंड स्वागत केलं, कारण अगदी 5,000 रुपयापासून तर 50,000 रुपयापर्यंत बिलं जी आहेत ही शेतकऱ्यांची माफ झालेली आहेत. दुसरं,
farmers have welcomed this a lot because their bills ranging from 5,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees have been waived now.
खरं म्हणजे जे काही मध्यंतरी महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार होतं, या सरकारमध्ये एकाही प्रकल्पाला सुधारित प्रशासकीय मान्यता दिली नाही. त्यामुळे सिंचनाचं काम
Mahavikas Aghadi government did not give an administrative clearance to many of such policies.
145 प्रकल्पांना त्या ठिकाणी सुधारित प्रशासकीय मान्यता दिलेली आहे, ज्यामुळे
They've given administrative clearance to as many as 145 projects.
क्षमता तयार होईल. आणि आपण बघा, सगळ्या महाराष्ट्रातल्या दुष्काळी भागामध्ये ही सगळी प्रकल्प आपण त्या ठिकाणी मान्य केलेली आहेत. अनेक दुष्काळी भागातले कामांची सुरुवात केलेली आहे. म्हणजे अगदी
They've also started working on several projects when it comes to drought-hit regions in the state, the ones which lack water. They've also started the same in the Vidarbha region of the state.
शक्यप्राय वाटायचं नदी जोड प्रकल्प, वैनगंगा, नळगंगा, पैनगंगा नदी जोड प्रकल्प 90,000 कोटी रुपयाचा.
The river connecting project, which seemed impossible earlier, is now becoming a reality.
जे पाणी आहे 55 TMC, हे पाणी गोदावरीच्या खोऱ्यामध्ये आणून गोदावरीचं तुटीचं खोरं हे बॅलन्स करून मराठवाड्याला कायमचं दुष्काळमुक्त करायचं. आणि
we'll be bringing 55 TMC water in the basin of River Godavari and help the people of Marathwada by providing them water through Godavari.
वैधानिक कारवाई पूर्ण केली. त्याच्याही संदर्भात सगळं त्याचं फर्स्ट स्टेजचं टेंडर आपण त्या ठिकाणी काढलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे यातली कुठली योजना ही केवळ कागदा.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power,
Multiple threats received by Indian Airlines in the last 2 days. Parliamentary panel meet amid hoax call menace at 2 p.m. Omar Abdullah takes oath as Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister. Rahul Priyanka take part in swearing in ceremony. Omar says Congress is not out of the cabinet.
As by law established.
Ahead of Maharashtra polls, big Mahayuti meeting today. Fadnavis Shinde, Ajit Pawar to meet Amit Shah in Delhi. Haryana Chief Minister to take oath tomorrow. Ahead of government formation, BJP central observers meet newly elected MLAs. SC slams air pollution panel calls the Commission for Air Quality Management toothless wonder. Also reprimands Punjab and Haryana governments. Day 2 of SCO meeting, Jai Shankar meets Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, shakes hand with him. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We're starting this edition with our top focus. The Mahayuti press conference was held just a while back, in which the Mahayuti alliance partners took pot shots at the MVA alliance leaders. Well, what we do understand at this point in time, what has been said in the meeting is that Ajit Pawar has hit out at the MVA partners, saying that the opposition has been trying to set a fake narrative for several days. They've been claiming that the elections would be held in multiple phases, but the Election Commission made its decision and decided to keep the election in just one phase. Well, what the Mahayuti alliance partners also said that we were blamed for the policies which we introduced. They've said we emptied the coffers of this state, but before the elections we've taken several decisions in the last cabinet. Let's try and take more information about that big press briefing that happened just a while back from my colleague Radhika. Radhika, take us through the details.
That's right. Just a day after the poll dates were announced by Mahayuti, by the Election Commission, of course, now the Mahayuti government taking a press conference. Just a few days back, Kitty, MVA also took a press conference which spoke about the alleged corrupt report card of Mahayuti government, spoke about certain schemes that were corrupt, and also went on to speak about how they were using money and sort of muscle power to buy corporators as well as MLAs. So therefore, a report card of sorts were, spoken about in that particular press conference. So attacks and counterattacks happening. Now this is a counter to that particular press conference of the MVAs. Mahayuti there, all the top leaders, including the Chief Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Ministers present there, speaking about highlighting the development work that they did over the last few years and how the opposition is hell-bent on setting up false narrative as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned and as far as the ruling party is concerned. So therefore, they went on to talk about how they've done much for the welfare of farmers in terms of subsidy, in terms of waiver in electricity and several other schemes launched for the farmers, and also went on to talk about Ladki Behan scheme, which they say is very popular, is a very popularly accepted scheme now, and about the youth-centric schemes as well. So this is more or less a, blowing the trumpet sort of a press conference where the Mahayuti government is countering what the MVA had been alleging and going on to talk about all the development work they have done over the last 2.5 years.
The leaders just held a press conference and have hit out at the MVA alliance partners, saying that the opposition has been trying to set up a fake narrative and that has been clearly demolished. What the leaders of the Mahayuti have been claiming is that the opposition has been so far, from so many days has been saying that the election commission would decide on having elections in multiple phases, but the election commission did not do so. Also on your charge that the policies that were introduced by the Mahayuti have emptied the coffers of the state. That has not happened. Instead, the Ladki Behan Yojana is quite popular in the state. How would you respond?
First of all, there are even minor girls not safe. They are not sitting for your 1300 rupees. They are sitting for their respect, their dignity, and they are willing to earn money through various legal channels and definitely through some education, through some development. Instead of paying in 1300 rupees, because 15 lakh they could not send, so now they are giving 1500 rupees to silence the people. But people of Maharashtra are not psychos or mad that they will get under your impressions and then they will give in and just give you votes. I mean, this is really pathetic. And when it comes to the Uddhav Thackeray's Sarkar, which was definitely there with the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and we have very good coordination with our allies, and we are very sure about the upcoming elections also as well. Just by manipulating things, and people haven't forgotten that when in COVID there was such a dire straits, and people were very happy in Maharashtra till they were in Maharashtra. As soon as they left Maharashtra and they went to other states, the wages of the laborers were definitely not paid over there. There was no food, there was no shelter, there was no water. The central government was theirs only, the BJP government, but nothing had been done. Once they reached UP, Bihar and other states, they were saying we were better off in Maharashtra. So this proves that our honorable CM, Shri Uddhav Thackeray, was the right CM for Maharashtra and will come with a banging and thumping majority.
So will he also become the chief minister if the Maha Vikas Aghadi comes to power?
We see everybody have accepted Shri Uddhav Sahib Thackeray that he is and was fit to be the CM of Maharashtra even at that time. Even today we are in tune with our allies and there is no issue. Uddhav Thackeray Sahib has been chosen by everybody, not only because he is a Shiv Sena chief, but also because of his humility and being a Kutumb Pramukh. And we are sure that our Kutumb Pramukh will definitely come back.
Okay, so all alliance partners would agree on that, you're saying?
Yes, I don't think there is any dispute about this. We are just every allies and every people who are having seat sharing. They are just about that. The discussion is that about that. There is no dispute that Uddhav Thackeray Sahib is fit to be the CM.
Well, of course. All right. All right. So you're putting a stamp on that. Absolutely. All the alliance partners would also agree to that. That's what you're saying. He will become the chief minister. He will be the chief ministerial face of the MBA if it comes to power. However, Uddhav Thackeray so far had gone on to say that once the Mahayuti announces their CM face, then only the MBA would do so. All right, sir. Also, are you satisfied with the Election Commission deciding to announce elections to happen in one phase? Because what the Mahayuti has been saying, that you've been trying to set a fake narrative saying that elections would take place in multiple phases in Maharashtra.
Ma'am, actually, we are very disappointed with various departments under the rule of the central government as well as the state government. This Minde Sarkar, this BJP Sarkar has really not only taken the people for a ride, but be honest politicians. That there are still some politicians who are honest. That's why this world is going on. And there are still a lot of good human beings because of this world is going on. It is very pathetic. Not only are we disappointed in so many departments since the state government has come and since the central government has been there, people have been taken for a ride, but definitely justice will prevail soon. And all these multiple phases and all, they are just fake narratives. There are a lot of narratives which have been faked. I mean, if I give you a list, your program will get over, but my list will not get over.
Okay, sir. We'll find time for that also, sir. But later maybe. Meanwhile, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV and sharing your views there. Well, that's the latest now coming in at this point in time. Big political face-off that's taking place between the MVA alliance partners as well as the Mahayuti. The Mahayuti just did a press conference, and in that press conference, well, huge charges have been leveled by the Mahayuti alliance partners, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, who were part of this press conference, claimed that the opposition has been trying to set a fake narrative. My colleague Radhika here. Radhika, so we've spoken to Sajid K. Sopariwala, and he's clearly put a stamp on Uddhav Thackeray as the chief ministerial face. Well, that was pretty much clear. However, the MVA was a bit hesitating to announce that officially.
You know, as far as chief ministerial candidate phase is concerned, both the Mahayuti and MVA have not really come up with a name. There have been talks, there have been discussions on it. While Uddhav Thackeray wants a chief ministerial phase to be announced as far as the entire MVA equation is concerned, NCP and Congress not really for it. They believe that it can be done post the elections. However, as far as Mahayuti is concerned, a lot of names doing the rounds, and they are also doing a wait and watch at this point. So it could be Eknath Shinde, it could be Devendra Fadnavis, we are not entirely certain, but nobody really coming out with a chief ministerial phase. But yes, today an important press conference, and there will be more such press conferences in the next few days where there will be attacks, counter-attacks, allegations, counter-allegations. That's what we've been seeing. Earlier, MVA, in fact, took a press conference with a report card for Mahayuti, calling it a charge sheet of corruption, and spoke about alleged scams of Mahayuti. Now, Mahayuti countering it, saying, talking about the work they've done for the people, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of service, in terms of education, employment. Right. So this is a sort of a report card Mahayuti is presenting of itself. So yes,
absolutely.
We'll have to see
just
why,
a few days left for elections to be held in Maharashtra.
Them talking about
well, it's going to be only a single phase election, so not much time is left, and of course all parties would try to woo the voters. Well, high-octane campaigning is, of course, taking place in Maharashtra. That press briefing also that happened just a while back, in which multiple claims have been made by the Mahayuti leaders, and also a sharp attack on the MBA. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. We'll get back to Radhika in just a bit and try and get more details about developments taking place. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Amid multiple threats to Indian Airlines in the last 2 days, Union Civil Aviation Minister has been briefed by the Civil Aviation Ministry officials today. Well, Ram Mohan Naidu held the high-level meeting, And what we are learning at the moment is that another meeting is also set to take place in the afternoon. Well, 10 flights so far have been grounded in less than 48 hours over hoax threats. Well, that's the latest coming in. My colleague Aishwarya also now joins us on the broadcast here. He's getting us more details. Aishwarya, take us through the details about what happened in the meeting, what all was discussed, as well as we are learning there's another meeting that's scheduled for afternoon.
Well, the Civil Aviation Ministry has jumped into an action after there are several threat calls that have been received by the airline carriers. Now, remember, to put into context, there have been several meetings that are going on since morning. Number one, it was at 9:30 a.m. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, has called a meeting with the DGCA officials and the Civil Ministry officials, and they were briefed about what should be the action plan and the response that they are going to give in the Standing Parliamentary Committee meeting inside the Parliament complex, which was scheduled at 11 a.m. Now, the agenda of the meeting was that to hear from the Secretary about the working of the Civil Aviation Ministry, and the opposition MPs clearly spoke to us and stated that they will be asking questions on why these threat calls have been received in a series of aircraft carriers, and what action the DGC has taken till now, to which a detailed reply will be submitted inside the Parliament complex at the Parliamentary Standing Committee, where the meeting is still underway. On the other side, yes, in the afternoon, Ram Mohan Naidu has also called a separate meeting with the aircraft carriers as to what action they have taken, and what and whether their separate investigation had found out that from where these threat calls had been received, and what precautions that they have taken as far as passenger safety is concerned. The sources within the Civil Aviation Ministry clearly stated that the norms and the protocols that were laid were duly followed, and only after the passenger clearance and the airline thorough check, the passengers aircraft were given permission to be released, and therefore the reason perhaps the action till now had been taken. But it will be very interesting to see that what reply comes out from the Secretary inside the Parliament complex at the Parliamentary Standing Committee, where the meeting is still underway.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments there. We have more updates now coming in. We're learning the parliamentary panel on civil aviation met today amidst threats to Indian Airlines. Well, we do understand at least 10 airlines, 10 flights were grounded in a matter of 48 hours. Well, an Air India flight from New Delhi to Chicago was also diverted to Canada after a threat was posted online. The Canadian authorities came forward to help the Indian airline, which was then sent to Chicago. Well, Air India, in a statement released recently, also has thanked the Canadian authorities for their support. Well, my colleague Vishnu also joins us on the broadcast here. Vishnu, this is really getting serious. Well, hoax calls have been made in the about 10 hoax calls, what we are learning in the last 2 days. And also, important update that's coming in is that the parliamentary panel on civil aviation also had met today amid these threats coming into Indian Airlines. What more details are we learning of?
So basically, these are 10 aircraft which were impacted, or 10 flights which were impacted. They were not all grounded. Some of them were already on the ground, and they were delayed for some time before they were security cleared. Other aircraft did have to make an emergency, not an emergency landing, a priority landing after having received a bomb threat. There were two fairly dramatic developments. One was earlier on today when a Royal Canadian Air Force transport actually took out 211 Air India passengers from a remote town in northeast Canada and flew them to Chicago, which was their original destination. The Air India Boeing 777 had earlier made that landing at this remote airport because of the bomb threat that it received. Secondly, yesterday night, two Singapore Airports fighter aircraft were accompanying an Air India Express flight from Madurai to Singapore, which was asked to move away from heavily congested, populated areas until it was cleared for a landing at Changi Airport in Singapore, where the aircraft was handed over to the police and investigations continued on the bomb threat. So it is an entirely untenable situation for the Indian civil aviation sector. All of these impacting currently Indian airlines. These have come from, social media sources, unverified accounts. There's an action against these accounts. But the larger issue remains, what next the government will need to decide.
Absolutely. Well, that's of course, that's something that remains to be seen. High-level meeting was called today early in the morning, and what we are learning is that another meeting is scheduled for the afternoon. Thank you so much, Vishnu, meanwhile, for getting us all those details there. We also have Mr. Sanjay Lazar, aviation expert, joining us on the broadcast here. Mr. Lazar, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What do you think? What does the government really need to do here?
Thank you for having me on your show. First of all, we need to look at the regulations on how we are monitoring these hoax calls. When they're on social media, obviously you can, go to Twitter or go to Facebook or wherever and get them to disclose the IP or the sources of that. But one very significant point I'd like to make, which may or may not be relevant, and is yesterday was 15th October 2024. It also marks the anniversary of the death of Talvinder Singh Parmar, the mastermind behind the Kanishka bombing. And it is venerated by a lot of terrorists in Canada as that day. So I would not be put it beyond them to have made a lot of these hoax claims.
Okay.
That has to be investigated. The second thing is there are criteria laid down by the government to apply anti-terrorism laws. So I think they need to do this. And in wake of the current political situation, I would suggest that, we increase check-in times. We start looking at, bomb threats more seriously by checking aircrafts and stuff like that. Other than that, I can see all the airlines have complied with all the regulations. They have taken precautions instantly and tried to protect the safety of the passengers.
Absolutely. Of course, it's the passengers who are bearing the brunt of all of this. Well, what we are also learning is that government sources are also saying that agencies now have been asked to work out a proper mechanism so that delays and diversions are avoided due to such fake calls. Is that possible? I mean, if an airline would receive a hoax call or a threat, they will have to act in time. But and there are bound to be delays and diversions. But of course, at the same time, there has to be a mechanism that needs to be devised in order to ensure that passengers, of course, do not have to face any difficulty because of this.
A bomb threat is a bomb threat. You cannot avoid a diversion. The pilot, it's the call of the pilot in command. The moment somebody informs of a bomb threat, there is no pilot on earth who would not divert. That is an inevitable consequence of flying. And unfortunately, rogues have realized that they can harass passengers, airlines, and nations by making these hoax calls. Nobody can take it lightly. So I beg to differ with the official who said that, because I do believe diversions are, will automatically happen. That's period. You've got to land, do a bomb check, go to an isolation. That's inevitable.
Right.
That's inevitable.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us and sharing all that information with us. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Well, what we are also learning at the moment is that the information that's coming out at the moment is that agencies also feel that most of the takeoffs must take place only after foolproof security check is done. Well, that's also one way that these instances could be avoided. But yes, we'll try and get more details as to what is happening in the meetings that have been called today. Also, we've seen one important meeting was called in the morning and another is scheduled in the afternoon. We'll keep an eye on that. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar is at the SCO Summit in Islamabad. There he said that the cooperation must be based on mutual respect. Terror, extremism and separatism are three evils. Well, that's the big statement coming in at this point in time from External Affairs Minister S. Shankar. My colleague Vishnu also joins us back on the broadcast here. Vishnu, take us through the details, what all has been said by the External Affairs Minister.
Well, the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Shankar, is in Islamabad for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit. It's the first time in more than a decade that we've had an Indian foreign minister travel to Pakistan. Pakistan holds the presidency of the SCO this time around. On Pakistani soil, the foreign minister has said terrorism, extremism and separatism are three evils. And he said that trade development and economic development can hardly be expected unless this impediment was actually sorted out. His exact words were, If activities across borders are characterized by terrorism, extremism, and separatism, they are hardly likely to encourage trade, energy flows, connectivity, and people-to-people exchanges in parallel. So important words over there by the Foreign Minister on Pakistani soil, reminding the SCO that the primary goal of the SCO as per its charter was to ensure that the territorial integrity of state was maintained.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the big development that's taking place at this point in time. What External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has categorically stated at the SCO meeting that is happening in Islamabad, that terror, extremism and separatism are the three evils, and the cooperation between two nations must be based on mutual respect. There should be genuine partnership between the two nations, and the cooperation between the two countries is not possible with unilateral agendas. Well, sending out a clear message to Pakistan there at the SCO Summit, big statement made by the External Affairs Minister. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Top leaders from the India bloc, including Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Supriya Sule, Kanimoy, had arrived in Srinagar to attend Omar Abdullah's oath-taking ceremony. Well, he's been sworn in as the new Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir. Important information that's coming in at this point in time is that the Congress party, which is part of the India Alliance and had won 6 seats in the recently held Jammu Kashmir elections, is not likely to be a part of the Omar Abdullah government, but is expected to support the NC from outside. However, Omar Abdullah, in a statement made to the media just a while back, has said that the talks between the two parties are still happening. The talks are still going on with the Congress party. However, whether the Congress party would be a part of the Omar government or not, that's something that remains to be a mystery. But Omar Abdullah, in clear words, has said that we are in talks with the Congress party. Well, Mehbooba Mufti, in those visuals, Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav also attended the oath-taking ceremony of Omar Abdullah. Listen in to what Mufti had said.
लोगों ने एक स्टेबल सरकार चुनी है और बहुत मुश्किल दौर है जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए, खासकर 2019 के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बड़े जख्म लगे हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं जो सरकार बनी है वो सबसे पहले इन जख्मों का मरहम करेगी। जो लोगों की मुश्किलात हैं, जो लोगों को तकलीफ हुई है 2019 5 अगस्त के फैसले से, उसके बारे में सबसे पहला रेजोल्यूशन पास करेगी कि हम उस फैसले को कंडेम करते हैं।
Well, Omar Abdullah was previously the Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir from 2009 to 2014. This is the second time that he is assuming the office of Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir. And Omar Abdullah, of course, has a lot of challenges ahead of him. Of course, first being to balance the government and have better coordination with the Lieutenant Governor as well as the centre, the BJP government at the centre. Well, number of challenges in front of Omar Abdullah, but surely while speaking to media a few days back also, yesterday also, he's clearly said that he doesn't want any confrontation with the LG or the centre, and he would try to coordinate with them better. Well, that's the same that has been reciprocated by the Lieutenant Governor also, that he would try to sit at the same table with the government and try to find solution to problems there. All right, but yes, the big story at the moment is that whether Congress party would be part of Omar's government or not, that is something that remains a mystery. A lot of statements that have been coming in from both sides. Let's clear the air, and my colleague Nazir is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Omar Abdullah has been sworn in as the Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister. Well, number of leaders from the India bloc did attend the swearing-in ceremony, Nazir, but yes, what's this mystery around Congress being a part of the Omar Abdullah government or not is something that everybody has their eyes on. What are the details coming in?
Well, I think it is now very clear when you have top leadership of the Congress part of, the swearing ceremony. So clearly it has a firm backing of the Congress. One Congress minister not being part of the because they only as part of the seat sharing in the cabinet, they only had got one seat in the cabinet, one ministry. So they could not actually pick the right choice. Now the Congress is saying, we'll wait till the time, because there are 3 other ministers who will be taking oath in due course of time, maybe in few weeks. This is what we are picking up from the National Conference and the Congress as well. So it's not something which is a rift within the alliance. That's not the case. Even as the National Conference has the absolute majority, even without Congress, but they are saying they are firmly with the alliance. And today it was a show of strength or the show of unity by the India alliance. When you see almost all the constituents of the India alliance were here, be it Akhilesh Yadav or DMK or NCP, top Congress leaders, this Mallikarjun Kharge, and also Rahul Gandhi himself. So they were trying to send a message. CPIM also, Akhilesh Yadav is here since yesterday. I spoke to him a while back, and he said they will certainly fight for the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir statehood, which Rahul Gandhi was repeatedly talking about during the election campaigning. But more than the India Alliance National Conference, Umar Abdullah has tried to reach out to the central government also. What we know that they had invited Prime Minister also.
Yes.
There were reports, but because of clearly it would not have been possible for the Prime Minister to sit at the swearing ceremony of the India Alliance. Perhaps that's whether that would have been a right message. But here, if you see the complexion of the cabinet of Umar Abdullah, which is a new beginning in Jammu and Kashmir, you have people from Valley, you have people from Jammu, 3 ministers from the Valley, 2 ministers from the Valley, and 3 ministers from the Valley. So you have 4 Muslims, 2 Hindus. You have right mix of things. You have representation of Gujar and Bakrwal here, Javed Rana. You have Deputy Chief Minister from the Jammu, because there were lots of concerns that, look, BJP has won most of the seats in Jammu. So what will happen to Hindu majority areas of the Jammu? Who will represent them? And today we could see, which actually surprised many, that Umar Abdullah giving, this representation to Jammu. One is Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary from this Naushara Rajouri. Then from Jammu district, you have from some constituency Satish Sharma, who is a veteran, army veteran, who contests as independent and joined National Conference recently, extended support to Umar Abdullah government. He has been made as minister to give the representation so that there's no sense of left out in the Jammu. So clearly this oath-taking ceremony is over. After a long gap, we have an elected government in Jammu and Kashmir. Now the fight, what they are saying, is for the restoration of the statehood and the alliance.
Yes, absolutely. And there are going to be a number of challenges also, Nazir, as we've been speaking about it earlier also, for Umar Abdullah here. First being to ensure a better coordination between his government in Jammu Kashmir and the centre, and of course ensuring a better coordination with the LG of Jammu Kashmir as well. Take us through the details. What are the challenges here? It's a task cut out for Umar Abdullah.
Well, it's not a challenge for only Umar Abdullah. It is a challenge for the centre also. Let's be very clear.
Right.
Jammu and Kashmir is not like Delhi, because the kind of the security challenge, proximity with the border, and a complex history, political history, and the situation of Jammu and Kashmir makes a compelling reason for the centre also to have cordial relations with the elected government. You have a security system, for example, police and the law and order, which is in the hands of Lieutenant Governor, because Governor has a sweeping power on certain key issues. But unless there's a hand-holding, coordination between the civil administration and the police, police cannot do much in isolation. And that remains a key challenge for the police and the Lieutenant Governor also. Look, he may be having the power, but when there's other powers, you can have a different power center, which is the elected government. Unless there's a coordination between the two, there would be serious consequences. So it is a compelling reason for both the sides, center, Lieutenant Governor, Umar Abdullah's government, Union Territory government, to be on the same page, because no side can afford to be on war path or not be on the same page, given, as I said, complex history, complex politics, and the complex security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Any rift, any schism between the two sides can be exploited by the adversaries.
Right.
So not just a challenge, limitations
Yes.
of Umar Abdullah running an government in the UT where LG has a sweeping power, but also a compelling reason for the center to ensure everything
Absolutely.
goes smoothly.
That's a
in
very
Jammu and
important point that you've made there, Nazir. Of course, any rift or if, things go south between the two parties here, between the center and, of course, the government here in the Union Territory, of course, the adversaries would definitely want to take advantage of the situation, and that is something that shouldn't happen at any cost. And that is the reason that Umar Abdullah also in clear words has said that he wants to ensure a better coordination between his government and the LG as well as the center. There is no reason for him to not do so, and that's the same that has been reciprocated from the other side as well. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on the developments here. Shifting our focus now to some more news. This is from Haryana. The Haryana BJP Legislative Party will meet today ahead of Chief Minister's swearing-in ceremony tomorrow. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, party observer for Haryana, Amit Shah arrived in Chandigarh to attend the meeting of the BJP Legislative Party in Panchkula. Well, the BJP had appointed Amit Shah as one of the observers for Haryana Legislative Party meeting to elect the leader who will take oath as the Chief Minister. Well, MP CM Mohan Yadav is the second observer who was appointed for the election of the state legislature party leader. Well, my colleague Gurpreet is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Gurpreet, has the meeting started already? What are the details coming in?
Well, we have seen Home Minister has just reached along with the other observers, and I'll request my visual to show these visuals, what is happening on the ground. We have seen Home Minister along with the other observers. They have just entered inside the venue in the BJP office Panchkula, where the meeting has already been initiated. The meeting is already underway. What we have learned from the BJP leaders, around 45 minutes will take place here to just elect the leader from the party, and after that they are going to Haryana governor, where they are going to claim before the governor for forming the government. These are the procedures which are being adopted by the party, and this meeting is the crucial part, because from here they are going to declare who will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. We have seen so many times, whether it's the Prime Minister or Home Minister, they have already made it very clear Nayab Singh Saini will be the Chief Minister of Haryana, but this formality which is already underway, this meeting is crucial to declare officially who will be the leader from the party, who will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. So once the meeting is over, after that they will go to Haryana governor, where they are going to officially make a claim to form the government. And tomorrow we all know a big grand ceremony is going to happen for oath-taking ceremony, and where Prime Minister along with the Chief Minister of various states, they are going to participate in this oath ceremony. BJP has already decided to make a grand ceremony of this oath ceremony, because they wanted to give a message within the country to other states also, that how the policies of the BJP had been accepted by the people of Haryana. So once again, these visuals are very important on the ground. What is happening at this point of time? We are standing in front of this BJP
It's very much clear that
office, where the Home Minister along with the other top leader of the BJP,
Yes, and you know what I was saying is that, Gurpreet, it's very much clear that Nayab Singh Saini, of course, is going to take the spot. I mean, there is no other choice, and the BJP, of course, did not want to have any other choice or any other option other than Saini to be the Chief Minister this time again.
Well, that is what we have learned from the BJP leaders and BJP netas. They say before the polls, it was decided by the party they are going to contest election on the face of Nayab Singh Saini, and they had already declared him the Chief Minister when Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister, was out of Haryana politics. Since that time, we have seen so many times, even during the rallies also, during the campaign also, they have been claiming the Chief Minister will be Nayab Singh Saini. But But today, the official stamp will be put on this, what they were claiming earlier, that will be held in this meeting. And once this meeting will be over, after that, there will be official clarity. Nayab Singh Saini will be able to get this opportunity to work as a Chief Minister of Haryana or not. But yes, of course, we have seen a lot of formality which are already underway in this meeting. Once this meeting is over, after that, there will be more clarity. Back to studio.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details there. Well, the official stamp on the name of the next Chief Minister will be put after the meeting ends, of course. And the swearing-in ceremony is all set to take place on October 17, that is tomorrow. Well, preparations are being made for that as well. Meanwhile, these are latest visuals that have come in with Home Minister Amit Shah. And Amit Shah was also one of the central observers of the BJP for Haryana. He arrived for this key meeting just a while back, and we'll get you more as developments take place. Shifting our focus now to Jharkhand. A crucial meeting of the BJP Central Election Committee was held at the party national headquarters to discuss the names of candidates for Jharkhand Assembly polls. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, and National General Secretary of the BJP BL Santosh were among the CC members who deliberated on the probable list of nominees. Well, the BJP is expected to release its first list of candidates for Jharkhand Assembly polls soon. Well, what we are also learning as per sources is that Prime Minister Modi has asked the committee to consider candidates with clean and non-controversial backgrounds. That's the latest bit of information that's coming in at this point in time. Well, the Jharkhand elections are going to take place in two phases, that is November 13th and November 20th. The counting of votes is going to take place on November 23rd, and before that, high-octane campaigning, of course, is taking place, and the probable list of candidates for the polls is also something that's yet to be decided upon. Well, the BJP is expected to release the first list of candidates for Jharkhand Assembly elections, and it's definitely expected to be a fierce contest between the two sides. Well, we have some more news now coming in at this point in time. We are learning the Supreme Court had slammed the air pollution panel today, saying that it was a toothless wonder. Well, the court also reprimanded the Punjab and Haryana government, saying that the court gives them 1 week. And in this hearing that took place just a while back, the court also asked as to why no action was taken against the violators. The Supreme Court has asked the top Haryana official from the government to appear in person. Well, the centre has assured the Supreme Court that members of Commission for Air Quality Management in NCR and adjoining areas have sufficient experience in the field of air pollution and environmental issues. Well, that's the latest coming in. We are learning now. My colleague Sunil Prabhu also joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more details about this hearing that took place today. Well, toothless wonder is something that's what the Supreme Court has called the air pollution panel. What happened there, Sunil? Take us through the details.
Well, basically a host of issues. First of all, one which they really want to get to the bottom of it is non-compliance of orders, where there have been, various acts, various orders of the Commission as well as the Air Pollution Act, where states have refused to comply, be it Haryana or Punjab. And that is why they've asked only if we can take penal action against these officials, will some, things start moving. And that is why they've asked for the personal appearance of the Chief Secretary of Haryana as well as Punjab, and to really revert on how they plan to take it, why they haven't done non-compliance, why they haven't taken action against the people who are responsible, against officers, to get to the bottom of it. The second, of course, is the aspect of the CAQM, which you said toothless wonder. That is the comment which Justice Oka made, while not casting aspersions on the members, making it clear that they wanted experts. How did you go about the selection process? Who are these people? On what basis have they been met? Are they really experts? And have you consulted IIT and others to really get to this thing? They really want to ensure that Delhi is free from air pollution. Because millions of people are being affected. It's extremely hazardous. It's apart from cancerous. And it's in that backdrop that the Supreme Court has asked most of these members who are supposed to be in the CAQM not even attending the meetings. I mean, that is something that they have really taken stock of. And then, of course, vehicular pollution, they've put it for notice. They look at that entire issue and asked the Punjab Agriculture University to share its ideas in terms of what it has in terms of stubble burning, how they can take out those machines, and hopefully find a solution in the days to come.
So the court has asked, why is there no prosecution for violation of orders? That must have been in place. Also, the court has slammed Punjab and Haryana governments, also saying that the Punjab government must actually declare itself helpless to deal with multiple violations. Let them declare we can't do anything and we are helpless. Those are strong observations, strong words that have been used by the Supreme Court today on Punjab and Haryana. Well, any reaction that has come in from the Aam Aadmi Party or the BJP, the two parties that rule Punjab and Haryana? All right, we'll go back to Sunil in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. Well, big developments that have taken place. All right, it's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Welcome back after the break. The chorus for Trudeau to resign is now growing. Canadian MP Sean Casey is going public with his call for change at the top of the Liberal Party. Casey has urged Justin Trudeau to step aside before the next election to give the Liberals a fighting chance. Well, my colleague Vishal also now joins us on the broadcast here. Vishal, we do understand there's a growing chorus for Trudeau to step down from his post. Well, he's the one who's responsible for the deteriorating relationship between India and Canada, and also he remains to be an unpopular choice among the Canadians.
Growing chorus within the Canadian political circle that they want a lot of Liberal MPs from within the Trudeau party, they want Trudeau to resign. Publicly, this is the first time that an MP has come out and said that he wants Trudeau to resign. So it remains to be seen whether or not other Liberal MPs will rally behind him. There have been reports in the Canadian media in the recent past, particularly in the last 2 weeks, which have said that Trudeau is not a popular leader anymore, and a lot of Liberal MPs want him to step down. So, and on the other hand, there are other MPs who want to rally, but they are waiting for, larger voice to, prop up, and then they will get behind, and then they will say that Trudeau has to step down. So these rumblings have been happening in the last 10 days, 10 to 15 days, and especially after this recent fracas between India and Canada, that has also, escalated this to the next level. What remains to be seen is when the polls happen. So there have been reports that suggest that the polls could happen as early as February next year. The polls are expected to happen in October next year, but they could happen as early as February. So all of that remains to be seen. But as of now, the Canadian politics is in severe turmoil.
Absolutely. Sean Casey has publicly said that he wants Trudeau's resignation. And what we are also learning is that this, of course, comes at a time when the relationship between the two countries, India and Canada, has gone sour. And the party, of course, the Liberal Party of Canada had also lost a formerly safe seat of Toronto in a devastating by-election that was held a while back. Another election was also held there. Also, the Liberal Party didn't fare well. And we do understand now there is a growing chorus for Trudeau to step down from his post. Whether he would do so or not, that remains to be seen. Of course, a lot of important developments that are taking place at this point in time. We'll keep an eye on the developments there. Meanwhile, some more breaking news that's coming in at this point in time. Amid the Muda controversy in Karnataka, the Muda chief, Muda, has resigned from his post. Well, that's the big breaking news now coming in. We'll try and get more details about this in just a bit. Well, we do understand a fresh complaint was also filed in the Muda case just very recently, and there has been a growing pressure on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also to resign from his post. But amid all those developments taking place, now we are learning Muda chief Muda has resigned from his post. We'll try and get more details about this. My colleague Pratibha will also be joining us on the broadcast, and that's the latest development coming in. Well, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah faces mounting corruption allegations from opposition parties, and the opposition parties have called it a scam. But Siddaramaiah and his party so far have maintained that he is innocent. And in between all of that happening, this is the big development that has taken place now. Muda chief has himself now resigned from his post. What led to this? Of course, that's something that needs to be found out. My colleague Pratibha is joining us on the broadcast here. Pratibha, big development are taking place amid the allegations against Chief Minister of Karnataka. We are learning now Muda chief has resigned. What led to this decision?
Well, we're yet to gather details on this. What we hear so far is that, yes, Muda chief Marigowda has submitted his resignation to the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, citing health reasons, and this comes amidst the ongoing probe against the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, also a case against Bhairathi Suresh, who's been heading the Urban Development Department as far as Karnataka goes, excluding the Bangalore Urban Department, of course. And while these cases are on, this comes amidst these allegations where Mr. Marigowda has tendered his resignation. Whether this is also out of pressure is also something that is being speculated at this point in time. And what we also hear is that there are a number of probes that are on against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. One is the ED heat, of course, and the other is the Lokayukta probe. And just 2 days ago, it was Snehamai Krishna, one of the complainants in this case, who did head to the Lokayukta once again to urge the Lokayukta to issue an arrest warrant against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. However, we need to understand that several of them have already been interrogated by the Lokayukta officials, not just Snehamai Krishna, but also the brother-in-law of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there, and the original landowner, Mr. Devaraju. They were all interrogated for the entire day, and we are yet to gather details from the kind of details that have already been gathered by the Lokayukta there. And amidst all of these allegations, amidst pressure as well as calls for Siddaramaiah's resignation, the resignation of Muda head Marigowda comes at this point in time.
Sometime back, one of the Congress leaders also, Mavinahali Siddegowda, had said that it's Marigowda who is behind the current crisis faced by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Well, the Congress party has been trying to blame it on the Muda chief, and he was hospitalized also, we're learning, a month back. He had complained of discomfort and chest pain, and after that he was admitted to the hospital also. What so far, any reaction that has come in from the Congress?
Well, it's just the information that has trickled in. We're yet to gather reactions from several of the Congress leaders as well as the BJP leaders, because remember, it was the BJP that had initially leveled allegations against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as well as the Muda. In fact, they did say that this entire scam is worth over 5,000 crore rupees, and all of this needs to be probed is also a demand that has been made by the BJP time and again, and they have been exerting pressure on not just the Chief Minister but also the Muda as far as the scam is concerned. And they had also urged Bhairathi Suresh to look into the scam. And initially, when the Muda allegations surfaced, it was Mr. Bhairathi Suresh, Karnataka Minister, who did fly to Mysuru to investigate the documents and had also suspended a few officers. Then there was also a press conference that was held by Muda chief as well as the other parties involved as far as heading the Muda is concerned, and all of them had given the kind of justification that was required as far as the scam is concerned. Yes, there were allegations that both the Muda as well as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah colluded together to ensure that Siddaramaiah's wife would be an illegal beneficiary of sorts.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us those details there. Well, that's the big breaking news coming in at this point in time. Information that has just come in that Muda chief Marigowda has resigned amid allegations of corruption against the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah. Well, the Muda chief himself has been facing a lot of challenges since this controversy had erupted. Well, the Congress party workers, the Congress leaders have been blaming him for this crisis. He was even geared once when he had gone to the airport by Congress workers only. And amidst all these developments now, what we're learning is that he himself has stepped down from his position. However, we are yet to get more details about what are the reasons for this, whether he did so under any pressure or he did so on his own, whether he took the decision on his own. Of course, that is something that needs to be looked into. We'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big political story that we're tracking at this point in time and get you more. It's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar speaks on terror at SCO meeting in Islamabad. He says terror, extremism and separatism are the three evils. Multiple threats received by Indian Airlines in last 2 days. Parliamentary panel meet amid Hoax call menace at 2 p.m. Omar Abdullah takes oath as Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister. Rahul, Priyanka, Akhilesh take part in swearing-in ceremony. Omar says Congress is not out of cabinet. Ahead of Maharashtra polls, Mahayuti meeting today. Fadnavis, Shinde, Ajit Pawar to meet Amit Shah in Delhi. Muda chief Marigoda resigns amid Muda scam allegations against Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. Big statement made by External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar at the Islamabad SCO Summit. Referring to terror at SCO Summit, what the External Affairs Minister has said is that terror, extremism and separatism are the three evils, and the cooperation between the two nations, that's India and Pakistan, is not possible with unilateral agendas. Well, he did not name either of the two countries, but clearly he said that cooperation between countries must be based on mutual respect. Well, that's the pitch that he's made at the SCO Summit in Islamabad. He's also said that one must recognize territorial integrity and sovereignty. There is no progress if we cherry pick global practices. Well, those are important statements made by the External Affairs Minister. We have Major General Sanjay Soy joining us on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. We also have Mr. Yogesh Gupta joining us on the broadcast here. Major General Sanjay Soy, if I could come to you first, big statement, of course, being made here by the External Affairs Minister. How do we see this? Well, S. Jaishankar, in clear words, has said that terror, separatism, as well as extremism are three evils, and cooperation between two countries is not possible with unilateral agendas.
Absolutely. In fact, this has been the stand of Indian government right from beginning. For so many years, we have seen that the terrorism, extremism and separatism is not acceptable, and we have made it a point in different international forums wherever our Prime Minister or External Affairs Minister has gone in the past also, or whether it is like you see the example of Israel-Hamas war. We were with Palestinians, but we are not with Hamas. We totally denounced terrorism. We were with Lebanon, but we are not with Hezbollah. So that is a difference that our stand right from beginning has been very, very clear. And this message goes, indirect messages, I think, gone to the Pakistan, though before the meeting only, this was made very clear that there no bilateral dialogues would be there. But keeping in view the present situation in the world, this message of three evils and focus on the honest talks during this meeting and firm and uncompromising countering these three evils. That is what Mr. Jaishankar has rightly said, and I think it echoes our thought process, it echoes our ethos, it echoes our Indian philosophy. So I think he has totally gone whatever we have been thinking, and our relationship at the global level and our diplomacy has been saying.
Absolutely, sir. Sir, let me take a comment from former diplomat Mr. Yogesh Gupta also. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for speaking to NDTV. How do we see this big statement, of course, made by External Affairs Minister, sending out a clear message that there will be no compromise when it comes to terror, extremism or separatism, which he called as the three evils?
Before the External Affairs Minister went to Pakistan, there was this issue which was being raised in the media and elsewhere, that why India and Pakistan are not talking. And I think in a very dignified, effective and frank manner, External Affairs Minister has pointed out that, look, if you will resort to unilateral agendas, that is terrorism, extremism and separatism, and you will try to harm your neighbors, how can there be any effective cooperation between the two countries? And at the same time, he has pointed out that, look, if Pakistan get rid of terrorism, look how much investment can come. India is such a huge market. Other major countries like the United States, countries of Europe, Russia and others, China, they are coming to the Indian market. They are looking to the Indian market. And Pakistan is next door. Just imagine that if we start our economic collaboration, how much Pakistan can gain by, taking advantage of the big market in India. There is so much of complementarity between what we are producing, what they need, so many things that can be exported to Pakistan and then through Pakistan to Afghanistan, countries of Central Asia and so on. And he has pointed out that, look, we can have huge progress in things like trade, investments, connectivity, environmental protection, and so on, climate change, health, food and energy security. So the whole picture, the whole economic picture, the political picture can change only if Pakistan can abandon resort to terrorism, which is also harming Pakistan itself, by the way, now. It is becoming a major threat to Pakistan itself.
That's
and because
I mean, it's
of this,
quite evident.
Yeah.
It's quite evident. It's very much clear. Time and again, we've been seeing, terror activities taking place near our borders, and well, Pakistan clearly doesn't seem to be realizing that, and doesn't even look like, even though harsh words are being used or big statements are being made, I mean, Pakistan would even mend its ways. It has been doing the same time and again.
Yes, the former chief of Pakistan Army, General Bajwa, for instance, when he was in power, he sort of made this statement that, look, we have to think in terms of the economic imperatives for our cooperation with India.
Right.
And he had said that, we should get rid of this involvement in terrorism and so on. I mean, so there are people in Pakistan who are realizing, people who are in business and trade, they are realizing that, look, we need to have trade and investment cooperation with India. So the idea is that this constituency, which is in favor of resumption of trade and investment and technological cooperation with India, this should enlarge, this should become more effective.
Absolutely,
so that,
sir. Important. Yes, sir, that's very much important that what you said there. I'm really sorry to interject. We have some breaking news now coming in at this point in time. Well, Nayab Singh Saini is speaking at the moment. Let's dip into what he said.
केंद्र ने जो प्रभारी चुनाव और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन को मजबूती देने के लिए 4 हमारे प्रभारी लगाए, दिन रात उन्होंने इस दिशा के अंदर हम सबका मार्गदर्शन किया कि तीसरी बार हरियाणा में बड़े मैंडेट के साथ हरियाणा के लोगों ने आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों के ऊपर मोहर लगाई है। इसके लिए भी मैं आदरणीय धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। आदरणीय हमारे विप्लव देव जी और हमारे सतीश पूनिया जी और हमारे सुरेंद्र नागर जी, उनका बहुत बहुत मैं स्वागत करता हूं। और हमारे बीच में अभी हमारे जो इस विधायक दल की चुनाव प्रक्रिया के नाते हमारे बीच में आए हैं, मध्य प्रदेश के हमारे बहुत ही लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय मोहन यादव जी, उन्होंने जो हम सब का मार्गदर्शन किया है, मैं हरियाणा की जनता की तरफ से इनका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत और धन्यवाद करता हूँ। मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ आदरणीय मनोहर लाल जी का, मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं आदरणीय राव इंद्रजीत सिंह जी का और आदरणीय कृष्ण पाल जी जो हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं, तमाम हमारे सांसदगण हरियाणा के उन सब का भी दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं कि जो दिन रात कड़ी मेहनत करके और हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार नीतियों को जन जन तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और इतना बड़ा विश्वास जो हरियाणा की जनता ने आज तीसरी बार कंटिन्यूटी के अंदर ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर किया है, ये विश्वास ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नीतियों का विश्वास है, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ही गारंटी है जिसके ऊपर आज हरियाणा ने विश्वास किया है। और ये प्रण हरियाणा के लोगों ने लिया है कि हम मोदी जी के उस संकल्प को 2047 तक जो विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का संकल्प आदरणीय मोदी जी ने लिया है, उसको आगे बढ़ाने का हम कार्य करेंगे। आप सबको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। पुनः आदरणीय अमित शाह जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मोहन यादव जी का यहां पहुंचने पर स्वागत करता हूं। और हम सब मिलकर के मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं आदरणीय अमित शाह जी को कि हमारी जो ये टीम है, इसमें कुछ लोग और भी हैं जो आजाद इंडिपेंडेंट जीत करके आए थे, उन्होंने भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपना समर्थन वो दिया है। उन सब को साथ लेकर के जो हरियाणा के लोगों की अपेक्षा है, आदरणीय अमित शाह जी, ये पूरी टीम उस अपेक्षा के ऊपर खरा उतरेगी। आदरणीय मोदी जी, और आपके सपनों को जो भारत आप बनाना चाह रहे हैं, उस भारत को बनाने में हम कृत संकल्प होते हुए आगे बढ़ने का काम करेंगे। मैं पुनः आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत और धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Nayab Singh Saini is all set to remain the Chief Minister of Haryana. Well, he has been elected as a legislative party leader. The meeting was held just a few minutes back, and Haryana BJP MLAs have now elected Nayab Singh Saini as the legislative party leader, and he is all set to continue as the Haryana Chief Minister. While speaking to the media, he said that he is thanked Prime Minister Modi's leadership that led to this win, and also he's also thanked the BJP workers for this success. He said that the government in Haryana that's got another term will fulfill the people's expectations. Listen into Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
कुछ नौकरियों के ज्वाइनिंग लेटर हमने दिए, परंतु कुछ बच्चों के रिजल्ट्स तैयार थे, कमीशन ने तैयार किए थे, जो ही निकालने के लगे तो विपक्षी दल वो चीफ इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास गया और हाई कोर्ट में चला गया, तो उसके ऊपर रोक लगी थी। हमने ये अनाउंसमेंट किया था कि हम सबसे पहले उन बच्चों को ज्वाइनिंग लेटर देंगे। हम अपनी बात के ऊपर पूरा कायम है और बच्चों का वो रिजल्ट तैयार है। हमारे 24,000 बच्चे हैं, 24,000 बच्चों का कल ही जब सब होगा तो कमीशन का पूरा रिजल्ट तैयार है, वो उसको जारी कर देगा। ये हमारा जो वायदा था, उस वायदे को भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो बोलती है उसको पूरा करती है, और कल ही उन सभी 24,000 बच्चों के रिजल्ट जारी हो जाए।
बनाने वाली योजना है, सेना को मजबूत बनाने वाली योजना है, और ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वादा है कि अग्निवीर का वापिस आया हुआ एक जवान वो भारत सरकार और हरियाणा सरकार में पेंशन वाली नौकरी प्राप्त करेगा। हरियाणा ने इस देश के सेना में हर 10वां जवान हरियाणा से, और हरियाणा ने इस देश के अन्न के भंडार में हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटी युवाओं की रोजगारी और हमारे किसानों की खुशहाली, ये हमने हमारे घोषणा पत्र में रखा है। मुझे विश्वास है नायब सिंह की सरकार इसी तरह से काम करेगी जिस तरह से हमने 9.5 साल भ्रष्टाचार विहीन, लोकाभिमुख और गरीब कल्याण करने वाली सरकार को आगे बढ़ाएगी। इस सरकार 36 बिरादरियों की होगी, इसका भी मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, और ये सरकार हरियाणा के हर गांव का विकास करेगी, उसका भी मुझे विश्वास है। मोदी जी ने करीब हरियाणा के विकास के लिए 10 साल में 1,43,000 करोड़ रुपया और 1,26,000 करोड़ रुपए के विकास के प्रोजेक्ट्स किए। एक प्रकार से आप देख लीजिए तो 2,75,000 करोड़ रुपया इतने छोटे से 10 साल में मिला है। जो कांग्रेस के 10 साल मिला है तो सिर्फ 41,000 रुपया। 41,000 करोड़ के सामने 2,75,000 करोड़ रुपया मोदी जी ने दिया है, और मोदी जी ने इस चुनाव में भरोसा दिया है कि भारत सरकार भी हरियाणा के विकास के लिए कटिबद्ध है। अतः मैं हरियाणा की जनता को भी विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं, जो ऐतिहासिक मैंडेट आपने दिया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आपको निराश नहीं करेगी। हर गांव का विकास होगा, हर व्यक्ति का विकास होगा, कानून और व्यवस्था की स्थिति भी चौबंद रहेगी और भ्रष्टाचार का नामो निशान नहीं होगा। मैं फिर से एक बार हमारे सर्वोच्च नेता मोदी जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि उनके नेतृत्व में भी हम चुनाव लड़े थे और एक ऐतिहासिक विजय प्राप्त करे। हमारे सारे प्रभारी, चार प्रभारी, धर्मेंद्र भाई, विप्लव देव, हमारे सुरेश जी और पुनिया जी, चारों ने भी बहुत परिश्रम से चुनाव का आयोजन किया, और आप सबने भी कठोर मेहनत कर विजय श्री की प्राप्ति की है। और नायब सिंह सैनी जिनके नेतृत्व में हम चुनाव लड़े और इतना बड़ा मैंडेट मिला है, सभी को बधाई। हरियाणा की जनता को बधाई और नायब सिंह को चुनकर आप सबने उचित ही निर्णय किया है, ऐसा मेरा भी मानना है। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई।
हमारे बीच
Well, my colleague Gurpreet also joins us live on the broadcast, getting us more there. That was Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaking just a while back. You have in photos there Nayab Singh Saini. He's the man who's now going to continue as the Chief Minister of Haryana, and he is somebody who has to be given the credit, of course, for the victory that the BJP had in Haryana, along with of course, the backroom workers, including Dharmendra Pradhan. My colleague Gurpreet with us. Gurpreet, as was being speculated now, Nayab Singh Saini is all set to continue as the Chief Minister of Haryana. And as I was saying, that a lot of credit, of course, goes to him.
Well, yes, we have seen this meeting which was being held with all the MLA, and this is a legislative party leader. He has been elected as unanimously within this meeting. Now we have seen the officially stamp has been put on his name, and we have seen even before the poll, Home Minister has already announced he will be the face of this poll, and he will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. So it seems the BJP has already fulfilled its promise, and Nayab Singh Saini is all set to continue as the Chief Minister of Haryana. A lot of credit from the party high command for the success and giving a third time mandate in the state of Haryana by making history. So now, after this meeting, we have seen now the further procedure is going to be taken by the BJP party. Now they will go before the Governor of Haryana, where they are going to make a claim for formation of a government, and to have seen a grand ceremony or grand oath ceremony will be taken place, where not only Prime Minister, the CM of all the states, they will be here, and NDA meeting will be held at Chandigarh at about 4 p.m. So a lot of things are happening on the ground in Panchkula, Chandigarh, as well as the specifically oath-taking ceremony. A lot of arrangement had been made, and to give a very, very strong message among the masses, not only in the state of Haryana, even to the other state where the elections are going to be happen. So BJP has already made a history in the state of Haryana, specifically in Haryana politics, and they don't want to miss a single chance to make this victory as a big, grand victory of the BJP party. Back to
Absolutely. Also, give us some details about this key meeting that you're telling us that's going to take place at 4 p.m. What's scheduled?
Well, that is the NDA meeting that will be held in Chandigarh at about 4 p.m. where they are going to discuss and chalk on the strategy, overall political scenario within the country. And we have seen the elections which are happening in the two different states. That will be part of that election political strategy which they are going to mull with all the NDA leaders, so that they will be properly make proper political strategy to even win both the states where they are going to contest the elections.
Okay. All right. Also, Gurpreet, give us details about how the Haryana cabinet is going to look like. I mean, the Chief Minister, of course, has been decided upon. The name of the Chief Minister, of course, has been decided upon. Nayab Singh Saini will continue and as the Chief Minister. But how is the cabinet of Haryana now going to look like? Who all are going to be included? And who all are going to be given a chance? There could be fresh faces also, we are hearing now, in the new cabinet.
Well, of course, fresh faces will be getting opportunity in newly elected Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini's cabinet, which is going to be formed, and names will be clear. What we have seen, even they are trying to make balance of this cabinet. Even the women, are a lot of women who are aspirant to the part of this cabinet of Nayab Singh Saini. And what we have learned, the central leadership as well as the state leadership, they have already discussed all the names at the length. and any time they will make an announcement officially. But yes, of course, we have seen the third time they are able to get mandated. A lot of MLAs who are fresh faces, they are able to make a way to Haryana Vidhan Sabha. So this time it seems that there will be a fresh faces, and more thing, there is no challenge for the BJP for picking up a new faces from this elected MLAs, because we have seen, if we can talk about Nayab Singh Saini's former cabinet colleagues, so only two people were able to make their way to Vidhan Sabha, because one Mulchand Sharma, who was the former minister, and another from Panipat MLA, who was able to make this way for the Vidhan Sabha. So they will be able to decide on making proper balance in the Haryana state. Whatever promises they have made, we have seen top leaders, and specifically Home Minister has already made it very clear they are going to execute each and every promise which they have made during the polls and before the polls. So let's see that who will be able to make their way in the newly elected Chief Minister Singh Saini. That is yet to be seen, but the first formality which they are going to do, they are going before and appearing before the governor to just make a claim for formation of our government, and after that the oath ceremony, grand oath ceremony will be happening, where all the ministers will be taking oath with the Chief Minister.
Well, all those smiling faces can be seen in that one picture there, of course. Amit Shah giving a huge pat on the back of Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini, and he's being presented a bouquet there. Well, all right. Are there going to be challenges also in front of Nayab Singh Saini? Well, we do understand the Congress hasn't really been able to do much in Haryana and has a lot to learn from its mistakes as to what happened in the Haryana election. But are there going to be challenges also? You said there is going to be an effort that will be made to, have a balance in the newly formed Haryana cabinet, of course. But how does the road ahead look like for the Chief Minister?
Well, we have seen just a few minutes back, this has been announced at about 2 p.m. They are going to go Governor House, and they will also see everything there. So now the meeting which was already underway, Singh Saini will be Chief Minister. Now they have taken another decision saying at 2 p.m. they are going to Haryana Governor House, where they are going to make a claim for forming the government. So if we can talk about the challenges for the BJP had made a lot of promises in the state of Haryana, so that could be challenged. But within the party, there is no challenge before the BJP. Fresh faces will be given in this new cabinet, so that lot of decision and lot of balance should be made properly, and there should not be any trouble within the cabinet. So as of now, what we can understand and what we have seen, the BJP is already taking all the calculative steps so that they will be able to even prove, and they will be able to give all the facilities and whatever promises they have made, and this historic mandate which they were able to get from Haryana politics, that should be a showcase for other states also, and that will be able to give a more strength to the BJP party.
Absolutely. Well, yes, the task ahead for the Chief Minister, of course, is going to be that he takes everybody along. And how the new cabinet would look like, that of course is something that's going to be the focus now. All eyes will be on that also. Well, thank you so much, Gurpreet, meanwhile, for getting us all those details there. Well, those are latest visuals that have come in from Panchkula just a while back, with the Nayab Singh Saini being congratulated by BJP leaders there after he was elected as the legislative party leader. We have news now coming in from Karnataka. Amid the Muda controversy in Karnataka, Muda chief Maharashtra has resigned from his post. Well, there is a brewing controversy in Karnataka after corruption allegations were leveled against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his wife. Now we are learning the Muda chief has resigned from his post. This is some big development that's taking place now. My colleague Pratibha also joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more details there. Well, Pratibha, big development that's taken place here in Karnataka now. We are learning the Muda chief has resigned. Any more information that has come in as to what was the reason behind this decision?
Well, what we know right now is that Mr. Marigowda has tendered his resignation citing health reasons, and one must also understand that he was hospitalized in the recent past, where he did express his illness, talking about fatigue as well as exhaustion. But this also comes amid the ongoing allegations, like you mentioned. So there are speculations that this could have been an action that is an outcome of all the pressure, as well as the kind of scam that has already surfaced as far as Muda department is concerned. Marigowda has been heading this department right through the year of 2024, and he was heading this department during the previous tenure of Mr. Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister as well. And he is also known to be a Siddaramaiah loyalist. He's been working with Siddaramaiah for quite some time, and just in the recent past, we did see several of the Congress workers who had gerrowed Mr. Marigowda, blaming him for this entire controversy and putting Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in a spot as far as the allegations are concerned. We are waiting to hear more reactions from both the Congress leaders as well as the BJP, because remember, it was BJP leader Mr. Vishwanath who had levelled allegations not just against Siddaramaiah but also against Marigowda, talking about the entire scam that is worth 5,000 crore rupees.
He was facing a lot of challenge also ever since the controversy had erupted. And as we've been speaking about it, he was admitted to the hospital also after he had complained of discomfort. Could he be under any pressure? Is that a possibility too?
Well, this is definitely a speculation that is doing the rounds, and this also comes amidst the allegations, because remember, there is an allegation that points to how Marigowda as well as Mr. Siddaramaiah may have colluded together to ensure that Siddaramaiah's wife stands to gain in the entire allotment of sites. However, Mr. Marigowda has said that he has absolutely no role to play, and that the entire allotment of sites to Mr. Siddaramaiah's family member was done according to all the legal terms, and that there was absolutely no wrongdoing in this, just like how Mr. Siddaramaiah has pointed out as well. But he did mention that as far as the 50-50 allotment of sites are concerned, there are some irregularities, and that he had raised this issue in the past, and he had issued circulars and notified the Muda commissioner as well, but then nobody really paid any heed. All of this definitely needs investigation, and all eyes are on the ongoing probe that is being conducted by both the Lokayukta as well as the ED. Two parallel probes that are already on, one ensuring the investigation of the Muda scam as such, the other talking about the money laundering scam that is a possibility here. So all eyes are on the kind of details that would emerge with the investigation as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments there, and we'll try and get reactions from the Congress party as well as the BJP on this big developing story that has just come in. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. This is from Jammu Kashmir. Top leaders of the India bloc, including Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Kanimoy, arrived in Srinagar to attend Omar Abdullah's oath-taking ceremony. He's been sworn in as the new Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir. Well, we are learning Congress party, that's part of the India Alliance and won 6 seats in the recently held elections in J&K, may or may not be a part of the Omar Abdullah government. It's likely to support the NC from outside. However, there is no confirmation yet. What Omar Abdullah had said just a while back is that the talks with the Congress party are still underway. Well, Mehbooba Mufti also had participated in the oath-taking ceremony of Omar Abdullah. Let's listen into what she said.
और लोगों ने एक स्टेबल सरकार चुनी है और बहुत मुश्किल दौर है जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए, खासकर 2019 के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बड़े जख्म लगे हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं जो सरकार बनी है वो सबसे पहले इन जख्मों का मरहम करेगी। जो लोगों की मुश्किलात हैं, जो लोगों को तकलीफ हुई है 2019 5 अगस्त के फैसले से, उसके बारे में सबसे पहला रेजोल्यूशन पास करेगी कि हम उस फैसले को कंडेम करते हैं।
All right, my colleague Nazir also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on the developments that are taking place. Of course, challenges galore for Omar Abdullah as the new government takes shape. But of course, the big challenge in front of Omar Abdullah remains as to how he ensures a better coordination between his government and the centre, isn't it, Nazir?
Prime Minister has now congratulated Umar Abdullah. In a tweet, Prime Minister has said, "Congratulations, Shri Umar Abdullah ji, on taking oath as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Wishing him the very best in his efforts to serve the people. The centre will work closely with him and his team for the JNK's progress." So, Prime Minister congratulating Umar Abdullah after he takes oath as Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Here you have Chief Minister from the Valley, Umar Abdullah, and you have Deputy Chief Minister Surinder Chaudhary, who has also taken oath from Jammu. So the concerns about imbalance, not having a right mix of people, that has been addressed. But what this government means to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, what this government means to the politics of Jammu and Kashmir. The oath taking took place here at Sher-e Kashmir International Convention Center, which is behind me. Why this place is so important? 5 years back, after the abrogation of Article 370, for more than 6 months, all the politicians who are today MLAs, they were lodged here for more than 6 months. In the same, it was a detention center for almost all the mainstream political leaders. And today, they all came here and formed the government, and government took oath. So it has a huge symbolic value that shows the transition. That shows the will of the people. And the same people who were booked that time under Public Safety Act, detained for months on, they were here. Mehbooba Mufti, PDP leader and former Chief Minister, she was also here at the oath-taking ceremony. And you had the leadership from across the country, India Alliance leadership, Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Akhilesh Yadav, Kani Mozi, and Supriya Sule, and several other leaders from the CPM and other constituents of the India Alliance. So Umar Abdullah has been already making, positive right noises, positive noise, saying reconciliatory when it comes to relations with the center. And one biggest challenge for him was that, look, how he will address the aspirations of Jammu, because most of the seats in Jammu were won by BJP, 29 seats in the Hindu-dominated areas, Jammu. Yes. So NC has given 2 ministries to the Hindus from Jammu, including Surinder Chaudhary, who is the Deputy Chief Minister. Now the challenge is, Lieutenant Governor has some sweeping powers, and the elected government has certain limitations. But if you look at other way around, while the Lieutenant Governor may have law and order police under his control, but police clearly cannot work in isolation unless it has a hand-holding support from the civil administration, which comes under the Umar Abdullah elected government. So it's not a compelling reason only for the Umar Abdullah to have a positive and a cordial relation with the center. It's also center's, compulsion to have positive and a cordial relationship and the Lieutenant Governor's office, so that the state runs, UT runs smoothly till the time it is restored as a state
Absolutely,
back.
the balance needs to be maintained, of course. As much as Umar Abdullah needs the support of the center also needs the support of Umar Abdullah to ensure peace and stability continues to be maintained in Jammu Kashmir, of course. Thank you so much, meanwhile, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. Well, my colleague Nazir there in Srinagar reporting on the big developments there as Umar Abdullah has taken oath as the new Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir. Well, we have news coming in from Maharashtra as well now. Maharashtra will vote in a single phase on November 20th, and the votes are going to be counted on November 23rd. And before that, a series of meetings are taking place between the MV Alliance partners as well as the Mahayuti Alliance partners. Now, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar were part of the Mahayuti. Today held a press briefing and hit out at the MVA, saying that the promises that are being made by the MVA were all, something that's not in the benefit of the people, and saying that they were trying to make a fake narrative and trying to say that the Election Commission would hold elections in multiple phases, but that has not happened. Election Commission has decided to hold election in just one phase. All right, there's some breaking development coming in. We're learning BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra is speaking on the Muda controversy in Karnataka.
वाल्मीकि अनुसूचित जनजाति विकास निगम उसके फंड में किस प्रकार से उसे डाइवर्ट करके आम चुनाव जो अभी 2024 में हुए थे उस आम चुनाव में बेल्लारी लोकसभा में लगभग 7 लाख से अधिक लोगों को 200 रुपए करके बांटा गया है. In fact, the ED's charge sheet categorically mentions that the money which was meant for the welfare of SC and the ST community, which was in the custody of the Maharshi Valmiki board, which was in fact the money of the taxpayers, that was used for a political purpose by the Congress party. कांग्रेस ने 7 लाख वोटर्स को कांग्रेस को वोट देने के लिए 200 रुपए, किसी को 200, किसी को 300, किसी को 400, इस प्रकार से वहां बांटा है. दे ट्राइड टू इन्फ्लुएंस द इलेक्शन ऑफ बेल्लारी लोकसभा सीट. और आप सभी जानते हैं कि जहां तक ये मुदा स्कैम का विषय है, इसमें जो लेखा अधीक्षक, द चीफ अकाउंटेंट जो मुदा के रहे थे, पी चंद्रशेखर, ही हैड कमिटेड सुइसाइड. उन्होंने आत्महत्या की थी. और जो उन्होंने सुइसाइड नोट छोड़ा था, उस सुइसाइड नोट में बहुत कुछ चौंकाने वाला था. उसमें कैटेगोरिकली लिखा हुआ है कि निगम के बैंक खाते से, महर्षि वाल्मीकि निगम जो है, उस निगम के बैंक खाते से लगभग 187 करोड़ रुपए अनाधिकृत हस्तांतरण, इलीगल शिफ्टिंग हुई है. And there is a rule across the country that the money which is specifically allotted for the welfare of the SC/ST community cannot be diverted. आप बाकी फंड को डाइवर्ट कर सकते हैं, मगर जो SC/ST कम्युनिटी के वेलफेयर के लिए जो पैसा है, उस पैसे को कदाचित आप किसी और काम के लिए डाइवर्ट नहीं कर सकते. It is too much of a coincidence, I will say, that Rahul Gandhi goes to America and he declares that हम कभी सत्ता में आएंगे तो हम आरक्षण समाप्त कर सकते हैं. और simultaneously we see that in Karnataka, the money which is meant for the welfare of the SC/ST community is diverted and is used for purposes to satisfy the political needs of Congress party's leaders. मुझे तो बोलते हुए भी आश्चर्य लग रहा है और आप सब हैरान परेशान होंगे कि जिस प्रकार की ये नोट सामने आई है, महर्षि वाल्मीकि अनुसूचित जनजाति विकास निगम लिमिटेड के जो पैसों का इस्तेमाल कांग्रेस नेताओं ने न केवल चुनाव में किया, मगर एक लैम्बोर्गिनी गाड़ी भी खरीदी गई है. वन लैम्बोर्गिनी बोलने से केवल अखिलेश यादव याद आते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है. लैम्बोर्गिनी, इन सबके आपस में कनेक्शन है. ये इंडिया अलायंस वाले, आई डोंट नो व्हाट दे हैव विद लैम्बोर्गिनी, वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट ब्रांड्स. जस्ट इमेजिन, SC/ST वेलफेयर फंड से लैम्बोर्गिनी गाड़ी खरीदना. लैम्बोर्गिनी गाड़ी खरीदी गई, फ्लैट बुक किए गए, फ्लैट्स हैव बीन बुक्ड, हवाई टिकट बुक किए गए निजी. ये कोई SC/ST वेलफेयर के लिए हवाई टिकट बुक नहीं किया गया है, निजी लोगों के लिए हवाई टिकट बुक किए गए. निजी कर्मचारियों को, मैंने किसी को PS रखा, किसी को PA रखा, निजी कर्मचारियों को सैलरी दी गई है. और बिजली के बिल का भुगतान किया गया है, वह भी महर्षि वाल्मीकि निगम फंड जो है उसमें से किया गया है. गाड़ियों पर खर्च किया गया. कोई नेता घूमने आया, राहुल गांधी घूमने आए, राहुल गांधी और उनके परिवार के घूमने के लिए उसमें से पैसा खर्च किया गया. आप सोचिए, अगर इस प्रकार से पैसा निगम के फंड से, SC/ST के वेलफेयर के फंड से खर्च किया गया है, तो इस प्रकार के CM को अपनी कुर्सी पर बने रहने का क्या अधिकार है, ये आज हिंदुस्तान की जनता जानना चाहती है. और आप सभी ने देखा था कि जब पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी, और केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही नहीं, कर्नाटक की जनता और हिंदुस्तान की जनता, when we asked difficult questions out of the Congress party, initially Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, they denied कि no, we are पाक साफ, हम पाक साफ हैं, हमने इस प्रकार का कोई अन्याय नहीं किया. मगर बाद में, later, in fact they conceded on the floor of the house, विधानसभा में उन्होंने ये बात स्वीकार किया कि हां, फंड डाइवर्ट हुआ है. तो आप सोच के देखिए, मुदा के चेयरमैन का आज इस्तीफा, ईडी की चार्जशीट जिसमें एक लोकसभा में बेल्लारी में 7 लाख लोगों पर पैसा खर्च करना, सिद्धरमैया जी का यह पेशकश कि मैं जो जमीन लिया हूं, मेरी पत्नी के नाम पे जो मुआवजे पे जमीन आवंटित हुई है, वो जमीन मैं वापस करने के लिए तैयार हूं। और तो और सदन के पटल पर खड़े होकर यह कहना कि हां द मनी वॉज डाइवर्टेड, डज नॉट दिस रीक ऑफ एन एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ द गिल्ट? अगर यह एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ गिल्ट नहीं है तो और एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ गिल्ट कैसे होता है? आपने मर्डर किया है? नहीं नहीं नहीं, आप ले लीजिए, चाकू ले लीजिए जी, आप चाकू ले लीजिए, इस पे खून लगे हुए हैं, आप देख लीजिए। So he has submitted the murder weapon. He has submitted the weapon of corruption where the land parcel is to be surrendered. The chairman is resigning. What else do we need as an evidence for Mr. Siddaramaiah to step down? I call upon Mr. Siddaramaiah. Mr. Siddaramaiah, if you have the slightest morality left in you, you should immediately step down. You should not wait for today's sunset. आज सूर्यास्त के लिए आपको इंतजार नहीं करना चाहिए, सूर्यास्त से पहले करप्शन का अस्त होना चाहिए। The curtain should be drawn on the present regime of Karnataka even before today's sunset. बंधुगण, ये जो पूरा मुदा स्कैम और जो महर्षि वाल्मीकि स्कैम चल रहा है, उसमें बी नागेंद्र जो उनके खुद के विधायक है, कांग्रेस पार्टी के मंत्री उस विभाग के रह चुके हैं। महर्षि वाल्मीकि फंड डाइवर्ट जो हुआ है, उस विभाग के जो मंत्री रह चुके हैं, आज वो जुडिशियल कस्टडी में है, ही इज बिहाइंड बार्स, वो जेल के सलाखों पीछे है। 16 केजी सोना, कोई ग्राम में नहीं बोल रहा हूं, केजी किलोग्राम, 16 केजी सोना और 2.5 करोड़ रुपए बरामद हो चुके हैं। 16 केजी सोना सोचना थोड़ा सा भयावह लगता है। 16 केजी सोना बरामद हुआ है और 2.5 करोड़ रुपए बरामद हुआ है, और उसके बाद भी हमें प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करनी पड़ रही है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी आप सिंहासन छोड़िए। अरे 16 केजी में तो पूरा का पूरा मुख्यमंत्री जी का सिंहासन वो सोने का बन जाएगा, फिर भी आप सिंहासन नहीं छोड़ रहे। इस प्रकार की निर्लज्जता केवल कांग्रेस में ही हो सकती है। जहां तक मुदा स्कैम का सवाल है, आई डोंट वांट टू बी रिपीटेटिव, बट एक नटशेल में आप सभी को पता है कि मुदा के जो चेयरमैन थे, जिनका नाम मारी गौड़ा जी था, उन्होंने आज रिजाइन किया है। और इसके पीछे सिद्धरमैया जी जब डिप्यूटी सीएम थे, उस समय एक जमीन उनकी धर्मपत्नी श्रीमती पार्वती जी के भाई उनको आवंटित हुई थी मैसूरू के पास एक गांव में। उसके पश्चात जब कर्नाटक इंडस्ट्रियल अथॉरिटी डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड, उन्होंने यह तय किया कि हम वहां कोई डेवलपमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट लेके आएंगे और उस लैंड को एक्वायर करेंगे, उसका अधिग्रहण करेंगे, लैंड एक्विजिशन जिसे बोला जाता है। देन वी विल एक्वायर दिस लैंड। तो एक नियम लाया गया कि उस लैंड के एक्विजिशन के बदले हम शहर में आपको जमीन देंगे, उसके इक्विवेलेंट जमीन देंगे। मगर जो जमीन शहर में दी गई वो कई गुने अधिक थी कंपेयर्ड टू द कॉस्ट ऑफ द लैंड इन द विलेज। तो ये सब खैर ये तो समझाने वाले सिखाने वाले इनके तो गुरुजी है ही। नेशनल हेराल्ड स्कैम करके 5,000 करोड़ रुपए गबन करने वाले, ये सोनिया जी ने ही ट्यूशन दिया होगा, सोनिया जी ने ही ट्यूशन दिया होगा, और उसका रिवीजन वाड्रा जी ने ही कराया होगा, और राहुल गांधी जी ने एग्जीक्यूट कराया होगा। नहीं तो नहीं हो सकता है। ये सारी बुद्धि, खलू बुद्धि गांधी परिवार में ही मौजूद है। देश की जमीन को कैसे हड़पना है, कौन से हस्ताक्षर कहां करना है, किस प्रकार से लखनऊ में, भोपाल में, दिल्ली में प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी को हड़प के अपने जेब में डालना। 5,000 करोड़, सोचिए जरा, 5,000 करोड़ ये प्रॉपर्टी। Accused number 1, accused number 2.
All right, BJP taking pot shots at the Karnataka Congress government, saying that the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, must step down from his post amid allegations against him of corruption. And recent development that has taken place now, the Muda chief has also stepped down from his position. However, the reasons behind his decision are still not confirmed. My colleague Pratibha joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Pratibha, the BJP hitting out at the Karnataka Congress government, saying that, once again reiterating that the Chief Minister, of course, must step down, and also dragging in the national leaders, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, as well as saying that, Robert Vadra. The Karnataka Congress leaders are taking lessons from these leaders. That's what Sambit Patra is saying there.
Well, sir, the BJP has been upping its ante as far as the Muda allegations are concerned. Remember, they were the ones who launched the protest, the Padayatra from Bengaluru to Mysore. Several such aggressive protests that were staged by the BJP, talking about how both Mr. Siddaramaiah as well as the entire set of authorities heading the Muda are all involved in ensuring that the scam is worth around 5,000 crore rupees, and also ensuring that Siddaramaiah's wife would stand to gain. And with respect to all of these allegations, there are two parallel probes that are on, one led by the Lokayukta and the other led by the ED. But in the meantime, Muda chief Mr. K. Marigowda resigning has definitely been one of the big developments, because Marigowda is known to be a Siddaramaiah loyalist, and Marigowda is also having a lot of allegations to face as far as ensuring that Mr. Siddaramaiah as well as his family members stand to gain. In fact, Congress workers themselves in the recent past have gerrowed Marigowda, blaming him for putting Chief Minister Siddaramaiah on a spot. And Marigowda in the recent times has also been hospitalized. He did complain of discomfort. But as far as this resignation goes, he has cited health concerns. But was there any kind of pressure is something that is still being speculated.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back with more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future.
The Aam Aadmi Party has launched a Jan Sampark campaign in Delhi. Well, the Jan Sampark Abhiyan has been launched by Arvind Kejriwal. Arvind Kejriwal also said that we will tell the people the truth behind my arrest. Listen into his statement first.
मैं जेल गया केवल आपके लिए। अगर मैं दिल्ली में आपके लिए ये सब काम ना करता, अगर मैं दिल्ली में आपको ये सुविधाएं ना देता, तो फिर ये मेरे को जेल नहीं भेजते। दिल्ली के कामों को और आपको मिल रही सुविधाओं को अब केवल आप अपने वोट की ताकत से बचा सकते हो।
All right, my colleague Ishika joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Ishika, what is the Aam Aadmi Party aiming to achieve through this Jan Sampark Abhiyan?
Well, it is certainly, an election speech from Arvind Kejriwal, the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party. We do know that the polls of Delhi are in fact scheduled to happen in February. And just before that, today, Arvind Kejriwal launched the Jan Sampark Abhiyan. And certainly, the biggest, issue that he was going to raise had to be the liquor policy and the time that he spent behind the bars. And that is what he said. He said, in fact, that all this, time that he spent behind the bars, it was because he was delivering for the benefit of the people of Delhi. Again, attacking, the opposition, that is the BJP here, alleging that the BJP is misusing the agencies and also going on to say, to the people, to appeal to the people that vote for the Aam Aadmi Party, because if you vote for the BJP, then you would no longer be getting the benefit of, subsidy when it comes to the electricity. So certainly more of a, it was certainly an election speech from Arvind Kejriwal. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the big development coming in. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Umar Abdullah takes oath as Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister. The oath-taking ceremony was attended by several India bloc leaders.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Multiple threats received by Indian Airlines in the last 48 hours. Parliamentary panel meet amid the hoax call menace at 2 this afternoon. Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini to remain at the top job. Haryana swearing in tomorrow in Panchkula. Prime Minister to attend the swearing in ceremony. Umar Abdullah takes oath as Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, says have kept some ministerial berths vacant. Rahul, Priyanka, Akhilesh Yadav take part in the swearing in ceremony. Umar says Congress is not out of the cabinet.
Integrity of India, that I will face.
Terrorism, extremism, separatism are three evils as Jaishankar's straight talk in Pakistan at the SCO Summit. Ahead of the elections in Maharashtra, Mahayuti important meeting today. Fadnavis, Shinde, Ajit Pawar to meet Amit Shah in the national capital. Expectations are the seat-sharing formula would be finalized. Karnataka land scam heat continues. The Muda chief has resigned. Good evening and welcome. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking this story which is coming in, and once again, for the last 48 hours, one after another, incident of hoax calls, security hazard as far as airlines are concerned. Now, the latest victim of this threat, which of course every threat has to be taken very, very seriously, is the Akasa Airlines QP1335, which has declared emergency landing. The flight was for Delhi to Bengaluru. The flight is now returning, in fact, and this took off from Delhi. Now, what we know is that there was a bomb threat that has been received through a Twitter handle. On X, somebody had posted a threat on this flight, and this flight is now has landed safely back in the national capital. Let me go across to my colleague Vishnu. Shom, Vishnu, since the last 48 hours, we've been tracking one after another while the parliamentary panel meets on this. This is a serious menace.
Well, for starters, Ankit, I think it's important that this particular flight is cleared of the security. It's just landed moments back at Indira Gandhi International Airport. One presumes that this is yet another hoax call, but the aircraft has to be sanitized. The passengers need to get off the aircraft. That is something that should be happening now. A statement issued by Akasa Airlines says, and I quote, Akasa Air Flight QP1335 flying from Delhi to Bengaluru on the 16th of October and carrying 174 passengers, 3 infants, and 7 crew members on board, received a security alert. The Akasa Air emergency response teams monitored the situation, advised the pilot to divert the flight to Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi with abundant caution. That flight, I can now tell you, has now landed. Just tracking the movement of that flight, I think it was taken into the isolation bay at Indira Gandhi International Airport, which is the standard operating procedure. Akasa Air has got its teams on the ground to prepare passengers and to ensure their safety. So this is, a serious threat. It's a bomb threat. It is the 11th incident which has taken place in the last 48 hours, or not even that, less than 48 hours. However, this aircraft has to be security cleared first. Let us hope that it was another bomb. It was another hoax call. But as I understand it, the hoax call was made or message was made either to Nagpur Airport and to Akasa itself. The flight wasn't bound for Nagpur, but apparently a message was received over there. Now, in the last 48 odd hours, there have been unverified social media handles where a large number of these messages have been coming on. These have been assessed to be, valid threats in a sense. They have fortunately turned out to be hoax calls, but the airlines, the government, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, everybody is taking all of this seriously, and that is what they have to do. There is, frankly, very little choice at this stage. It is only affecting Indian airlines or airlines in India, and it is an absolute crisis now in civil aviation. The fact that you've got by now upwards of, well over 1,000 passengers on different flights having been impacted as this, it is a scary situation for pilots, not to mention the huge financial problems which airlines need to sort of face at this stage.
Vishnu, for the benefit of our viewers, just give our viewers a sense, what happens when, like you said, they are though hoax, most of them are turning out to be hoax calls, thankfully, but it goes through a lot of procedures. What happens when somebody makes this kind of a threat on a flight? What are the procedures? What do the passengers go through when this happens?
So there is a procedure, and it is a pretty long procedure, but at the end of the day, the pilot can overrule the procedure or the system in place to assess if a bomb threat is valid or not. If there is a message to the pilot that, look, we have assessed this to be a credible threat, then the pilot does land. On this particular occasion, we were told that this aircraft landed on an emergency landing. Usually these are priority landings, not an emergency landing, so an additional sense of urgency in this case. But whenever a threat is received, there is a bomb threat assessment committee which comprises of a whole range of officials who look at the nature of the bomb threat. They try and see whether it is a specific threat or a non-specific threat. And if there is a specific threat, then they deem it to be actionable. They get onto instant communications with the pilot if the aircraft is flying, and they ask that pilot to return or to land at the nearest airport. So that's one process. However, if it takes place on, for example, an aircraft, if there is another message which the pilot receives, then the pilot is fully within their rights to immediately take a decision on whether to land or not, and the pilot's authority in this case comes first. So that is the procedure itself. Ankit, yesterday you asked me a very important question on what are the legal provisions which are available to airlines. Now, there are very strict laws which exist, which are in place, and offences of committing violence on board an aircraft can result in very serious jail time. In fact, it can be punished with imprisonment for life and also liable to a fine. This can actually take place as per the laws which exist in the country. So just the threat itself is something which can result in a lifetime in jail. So this is, and what is the act itself? It's called the Suppression of Unlawful Acts Against Safety of Civil Aviation Act 1982. It has been rarely invoked, but a person can be put away for life in jail if they are caught in a hoax call situation.
Thank you so much, Vishnu, for joining us at this moment with all those details, important details coming in there. Akasa Airline flight which has landed back in the national capital after there was a threat, a bomb threat made as far as this flight is concerned on social media platform X. Now, just staying with this story, because this tells you, ladies and gentlemen, the kind of menace that has the Indian aviation sector is facing in the last 48 hours only. More than 6 calls. If I include this one, apparently 7, in fact, aircrafts of various different airlines which have, even international flights, which have received such hoax calls. And this has become a huge menace. Not only does it, as Vishnu was telling us, put a huge financial burden on the airlines, inconvenience the passengers, and then, of course, a lot of other provisions are to be taken care. Now, on this matter itself, now there is a Rajya Sabha parliamentary panel which is meeting on the hoax call threat to the airlines. Some steps taken on the hoax call. The government says that some of the culprits are behind the hoax calls have been identified, and government provides information on hoax calls to all MPs, and the government has also said, we are serious about this threat. Every possible step is being taken to prevent such menace. Steps have already been taken and multiple threats. Remember, in the last 48 hours have been received by various Indian airline carriers. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us with more details on this story. Aishwarya, now, you know, while we are talking about the parliamentary panel, we are also parallelly witnessing the kind of menace and the problems that it is causing to the Indian aviation sector. Akasa Airline flight being diverted back to the national capital, and it is not the only one. In the last 48 hours, more than 6 such flights had to come back or land somewhere. Now, what are the penal provisions and what is this panel going to do? Can there be some more stringent measures that can be employed?
Well, Ankit, Civil Aviation Ministry has jumped into action since morning, and to put into context, it was 9:30 a.m. when the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu called the civil aviation officials and the DGCA officials to brief him about what's going to be the reply inside the parliament, because it's a scheduled meeting of the Rajya Sabha Standing Parliamentary Committee on Transport, Tourism and Culture, in which the opposition MPs are bound to ask this question, that what is the steps that the Civil Aviation Ministry is taking forward to stop these threat calls that are being received simultaneously in different zones of the country to different airline carriers. Now, it was a detailed reply that was given. The meeting has just ended at the Parliament complex, and the government has ensured that there are few culprits who had been identified who had making these threat calls. The government is also continuously monitoring the dark web as well. There has been IC4 unit of the MHA which has also been roped in to identify from where these threat calls are being received, and also the MPs had been told that there has been set procedure that is being duly followed. The passenger safety is paramount, and therefore the reason Civil Aviation Ministry is doing everything possible to stop these threat calls as well. On the other side, there had been different airline carriers, including Air India, IndiGo, Akasa, which had been called by the Civil Aviation Ministry to give a deep presentation as far as what internal investigation they are doing and what sort of arrangements that they had in place when such things are happening with them and the calls are being received to them. Today at 10:30 there was Air India, which gave a detailed presentation to the Civil Aviation Ministry. Post that was IndiGo, and the other airlines has also been called. Now, on the other side, it has been also informed to us that this Parliamentary Standing Committee, where the Secretary of the Civil Aviation Ministry was giving presentation, he had been briefed about it, and today in the evening as well, the Minister for Civil Aviation will be taking a brief meeting and will be discussing on it, because today as well, what we are getting to know is, of course, the Akasa Airlines has received a fresh threat call.
Thank you so much for joining us at this moment. My colleague Aishwarya reporting on this very, very important parliamentary panel, now looking at more stringent provisions, in fact, to try and deter such hoax calls, the menace which is at this moment created a lot of problems as far as the aviation industry is concerned. Moving on now to some political news in Haryana. Nayab Singh Saini is going to continue as the Chief Minister of Haryana. Remember, this happened after the BJP MLAs met in Panchkula. Saini was elected as the Legislative Party leader. Saini will continue as the Chief Minister of Haryana. This meeting was presided over. The observers, of course, you can see Home Minister Amit Shah also present at this meeting.
मैं बहुत हर्ष के साथ फिर से एक बार नायब सिंह जी को आप सबने नेता चुना है। पहले ही मोदी जी को देश की जनता नेता चुन चुकी है, और आज हरियाणा में भी फिर से एक बार सरकार का गठन का रास्ता साफ हो गया है। तो तीसरी टर्म के लिए लगातार 15 साल के लिए यहाँ डबल इंजन की सरकार आएगी, जो हरियाणा का संपूर्ण विकास करेगी।
बड़ा विश्वास जो हरियाणा की जनता ने आज तीसरी बार कंटिन्यूटी के अंदर ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर किया है, ये विश्वास, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नीतियों का विश्वास है, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ही गारंटी है, जिसके ऊपर आज हरियाणा ने विश्वास किया है। और ये प्रण हरियाणा के लोगों ने लिया है कि हम मोदी जी के उस संकल्प को 2047 तक जो विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का संकल्प आदरणीय मोदी जी ने लिया है, उसको आगे बढ़ाने का हम कार्य करेंगे। आप सबको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
My colleague Gurpreet Singh China is now joining us on the phone line for more on this story. Gurpreet, this was more or less a foregone conclusion where Nayab Singh Saini was expected to continue as the Chief Minister. But important thing would be how the BJP balances other aspirations and caste combinations of Haryana in the cabinet. Are there going to be Deputy Chief Ministers as well?
BJP and he will be contributing a lot.
Okay, I think we are experiencing some audio trouble there with Gurpreet. We'll try and go back to him with more details, but there is some breaking news coming in at this moment. Now, this is turning out to be absolute nightmare as far as the Indian aviation sector is concerned. Another flight, this time IndiGo 6E651, operating between Mumbai to Delhi, was redirected at this moment to Ahmedabad due to security-related alert. The aircraft was isolated and all passengers were safely disembarked, ensuring the safety and the security of the customers. This is what IndiGo has said, and its crew remains the paramount in all facets of our operations. This is the IndiGo, in fact, statement which has come in. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Vishnu Shom once again. Vishnu, it is turning out to be a nightmare as far as the aviation sector is concerned. Second IndiGo flight now facing the same problem.
It's the first IndiGo flight today and the second flight of the day. The earlier one was Akasa. So in the matter of the last 15 to 20 minutes, we've been reporting two flights now. In my count, this now makes it 12 flights in the last less than 48 hours, which have been impacted as a result of bomb threats. In this latest case, it was flight 6E651 operating from Mumbai to Delhi, which was redirected to Ahmedabad because of a security-related alert. The aircraft was isolated, passengers safely disembarked. So this presumably is a hoax call. There's an Akasa aircraft which was on a flight from Delhi to Bangalore, which was rerouted and flew back to Delhi. It landed approximately 15 to 20 minutes back. Passengers, presumably, have been taken out of the aircraft right now, and that aircraft is also being checked or scanned. So the bottom line is this is what the 12th odd incident which has taken place, the 12th one that we are aware of, where there's been a bomb threat. In all the cases so far, fortunately, these have been hoax calls. But the fact that these do continue, by and large, from perhaps all from unverified social media handles, and the fact that the airlines, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Safety, the government, they're all taking these seriously, gives you an indicator of how much on edge they are as far as this is concerned.
Right.
So that's the latest situation as we speak right now, as the government looks very closely at this situation. Ankit.
All right, Vishnu, thank you for joining us with all those details. It's just a matter of 15 minutes in the second flight that we are hearing about because of the hoax call menace that has hit the Indian aviation industry. Moving on now to Jammu and Kashmir, where Omar Abdullah today took oath as the Chief Minister of the Union Territory. In fact, India bloc leaders were in attendance in full strength to support Mr. Abdullah. Rahul Gandhi from the Congress Party, Akhilesh Yadav, Supriya Sule, Kanimoy from the DMK are all arrived in Srinagar to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Omar Abdullah, the new Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Congress, which is part of the India Alliance and won 6 seats in the elections, is not likely to be part of the Abdullah cabinet, but will support the National Conference. Meanwhile, Mr. Omar Abdullah said there is still talks going on with the Congress Party. The National Conference leader took oath at 11:30 a.m., marking the beginning of the first elected government in Jammu and Kashmir since the abrogation of Article 370 in 2019. This follows the revocation of the President rule, paving the way for the government after the recent assembly polls. Omar Abdullah, who previously served as the Chief Minister of the erstwhile state from 2009 to 2014, under the NC Congress coalition, was administered the oath by Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha.
To the Constitution of India, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty.
चैलेंज बहुत है, लिमिटेशंस भी सरकार की हैं क्योंकि यूनियन टेरिटरी में एक सरकार है. तो जो आपकी जो घोषणा पत्र में कई वादे हैं उनको क्या आप निभा पाओगे?
हमने अगर वादे किए हैं तो सोच समझ के किए हैं, मेरी लीडरशिप ने सोच समझ के किया है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने जो मैनिफेस्टो निकाला है उसमें जो वादे किए हैं हम पूरे क्यों नहीं करेंगे, इसलिए तो किए हैं, पूरे करने के लिए किए हैं। हमने खाली जुमले करने के लिए थोड़ा किया है। तो लिहाजा हम जो भी वादे किए हैं, जो मसले मसाइल जो हैं लोगों के, उसको क्योंकि इन 10 सालों के में ऑफिसर्स के बीच में और आम आदमी के बीच में गैप आ गया, अब हमें वो गैप की वो भरने की ज़रूरत है। तो आज हम चुने हुए लोग आए हैं तो हम उस गैप को पहले काम करेंगे और उसके साथ साथ जो लोगों के मसले और मसाइल हैं उनको पूरा करेंगे। और उसके साथ साथ मैं अपने लीडर डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब और उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। मेरे पास लफ्ज़ नहीं, मेरे परिवार के पास भी नहीं, और मैं जिस कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से चुन के आया हूँ और जिस खित्ते से मैं आया हूँ, पीर पंचाल से, वो बॉर्डर का इलाका, आपने कई बार टूर भी किया, और जम्मू सूबे के लोगों के लिए एक फ़ख्र की बात है। जिस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को कहते थे कि वो एक रीजनल पार्टी है, आज नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने इससे पहले भी कई बार बताया है और आज फिर दिखला दिया उनको कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर की लीडरशिप के साथ है, जो पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर के आम आदमी के साथ है। सुरेंद्र चौधरी एक ज़मीन से निकला हुआ है पॉलिटिकल वर्कर, जिसको आज एक डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दिया है।
और लोगों ने एक स्टेबल सरकार चुनी है और बहुत मुश्किल दौर है जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए, खासकर 2019 के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बड़े जख्म लगे हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं जो सरकार बनी है वो सबसे पहले इन जख्मों का मरहम करेगी। जो लोगों की मुश्किलात हैं, जो लोगों को तकलीफ हुई है 2019 5 अगस्त के फैसले से, उसके बारे में सबसे पहला रेजोल्यूशन पास करेगी कि हम उस फैसले को कंडेम करते हैं।
देखिए, उनको मुबारकबाद देने के लिए यहाँ आया हूँ। हमारे को बड़ी खुशी हो गई, हमारी अलायंस पार्टनर के नेता ने आज चीफ मिनिस्टर बना। बहुत दिन के बाद डेमोक्रेसी यहाँ एस्टैब्लिश हुई है और इस डेमोक्रेसी को जिंदा रखने के लिए और संविधान के तहत सरकार चलाने के लिए ये एक मौका मिला है। हम जरूर इसको स्टेटहुड दिला के रहेंगे।
All right, moving on, in fact, at this moment to Maharashtra, where after the announcement of the date of elections, a single-phase poll on November 20th, there is massive political, politics which is going on just to put on both sides, the Mahayuti and the Mahagari alliances are coming together to, in fact, fine-tune their alliance. Now, remember, Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar today addressed a press conference where they hit out at the opposition. In fact, the trio is likely to discuss the seat sharing and finalize the number of seats after meeting Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister. Both the ruling BJP-led Mahayuti and the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi alliances in the state are yet to finalize their seats. Congress sources have told NDTV the party will demand more than 100 seats, though the party had won 44 assembly segments in 2019. It has fared well in the recent Lok Sabha elections, and that is the basis of the Congress party asking for more seats.
महाविकास आघाड़ी के काम 2.5 साल के और 2-2.25 साल के महायुति के काम होने दो। जनता की अदालत में दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी। और महाविकास आघाड़ी की उसके पैरों तले जमीन खिसक गई है और आने वाले इस चुनाव में महायुति ने जो 2-2.25 साल में काम किया है, उसका काम का जो बोलते मराठी में कामाची पोच पावती, ये जो है वो निश्चित रूप से देंगे और महायुति सरकार पूरे ताकत से, मेजॉरिटी से फिर जनता की सेवा में आएगी।
All right. In fact, this was the Mahayuti press conference that took place today. Meanwhile, let's very quickly, in fact, also bring you an update from Karnataka, where amid the Muda muddle, the Muda chief has resigned. The Muda chief, Maregowda, has now resigned after there has been heat on the chief minister and his family in this case, where now there is also a clearance from the court to go ahead as far as investigations are concerned against the chief minister. The BJP has been demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The Muda chief has cited health reasons for his resignation amid the corruption case against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The BJP has hit out at the Congress over the resignation of the body chief. BJP has said Chief Minister is embroiled in the scam from head to toe and Karnataka Chief Minister should quit.
तो आप सोच के देखिए, मुदा के चेयरमैन का आज इस्तीफा, ईडी की चार्जशीट जिसमें एक लोकसभा में बेल्लारी में 7 लाख लोगों पर पैसा खर्च करना सिद्धरमैया जी का यह पेशकश कि मैं जो जमीन लिया हूं, मेरी पत्नी के नाम पे जो मुआवजे पे जमीन आवंटित हुई है, वो जमीन मैं वापस करने के लिए तैयार हूं। और तो और सदन के पटल पर खड़े होकर यह कहना कि हां द मनी वॉज डाइवर्टेड, डज नॉट दिस रीक ऑफ एन एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ द गिल्ट? अगर यह एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ गिल्ट नहीं है तो और एक्सेप्टेंस ऑफ गिल्ट कैसे होता है? आपने मर्डर किया है? नहीं नहीं नहीं, आप ले लीजिए, चाकू ले लीजिए जी, आप चाकू ले लीजिए, इस पे खून लगे हुए हैं, आप देख लीजिए।
Quick break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzzed. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southern.
The centre on Tuesday assured the Supreme Court that members of the Commission for Air Quality Management in NCR and adjoining areas, including its chairperson Rajesh Verma, have significant experience in the field of air pollution and environment issues. The Supreme Court, while slamming the Punjab and Haryana governments, calling them out for failing to act on June 2021 orders to prosecute violators of anti-pollution laws, the court seemed to dare the Punjab government to declare itself helpless. United Nations has condemned an Israeli attack on the Al-Aqsa hospital in Gaza, which killed at least 4 people and triggered a fire that swept through a tent camp for people displaced by the war, leaving more than 24 with severe burn injuries. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called the attack disturbing and urged all parties to the conflict to comply with international humanitarian law.
Reports about an Israeli attack on the grounds of a hospital complex in central Gaza. The Secretary General condemns a large number of civilian casualties in the intensifying Israeli campaign in northern Gaza, including its schools displacing sheltered Palestinian civilians. He strongly urges the parties to the conflict, all parties to the conflict, to comply with international humanitarian law and emphasizes that civilians must be respected and protected at all times. Humanitarian assistance into Gaza is woefully inadequate and is at the lowest level in months. The Secretary General underscores that the parties must ensure the safe and secure delivery of humanitarian assistance to those in need at the level at which they need it. There must be safe environment as well for the second phase of the polio vaccination campaign, which is to be completed.
Israeli jets struck southern suburbs of Beirut early Wednesday for the first time in 6 days. The strikes comes a day after caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati said the United States government gave him some assurances of Israel easing its strike in the Lebanese capital. The casualty count remains unclear. Israel says it's striking Hezbollah assets in the suburbs where the militant group has a strong presence, but it is a busy residential and commercial area. The Israeli military posted on X. Thousands of people led by Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel marched along Havana's iconic sea wall in a show of solidarity with the Palestinian people. The participants walked for 2 kilometers behind a banner titled "Live Free Palestine" and gathered for speeches in front of the US Embassy. Cuba has been openly critical of Israel and promoted many rallies in support of Palestinians since the war in Gaza started, when Hamas militants attacked southern Israel in October last year. Dozens of people protesting Israel war in Gaza have been arrested in a sit-in outside the New York Stock Exchange. The protesters chanted, "Let Gaza live," and up with liberation, down with occupation in front of the Stock Exchange's landmark building in Lower Manhattan. None of the protesters got inside the exchange, but at least 200 made it inside a security fence on the Broad Street. Police arrested them one by one and led them to vans. Nearly 1.2 million children in Lebanon are being deprived of education, and more than 400,000 have been displaced in the past 3 weeks. The United Nations Children Agency top official has said on Monday. UNICEF has also warned of a lost generation in small country already grappling with multiple crises. The Deputy Executive Director for the Humanitarian Actions at UNICEF visited public schools turned shelters to host displaced families and communities where people have converged fleeing the fighting. The Health Ministry in Gaza Strip said it has launched the second round of polio vaccination campaign in the war-ravaged territory. Second dose of the vaccine will be administered to children under 10 in central part of the territory over the next 3 days before the campaign is expanded to the north and the south. The campaign began last month after the territory registered its first polio case in Gaza in 25 years, a 10-month-old baby now paralyzed in one leg. Hundreds of mourners attended the funeral of one of the soldiers killed in Hezbollah drone attack on military base in Israel. The attack killed 4 soldiers and wounded 61. It was the deadliest strike by the militant group since Israel launched its ground invasion. Israel launched its ground operation in Lebanon earlier this month with a goal of weakening Hezbollah and pushing the militant group away from the border areas to allow thousands of displaced Israelis to return to their houses. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday visited the army base that was hit by Hezbollah drone attack, vowing his country will continue to strike Hezbollah without compassion in every part of Lebanon, including Beirut. The attack on the base in the northern Israel killed 4 soldiers, all of them 19-year-old, and severely wounded 7 others in deadliest strike by the militant group since the launch of Israel's ground invasion.
אנחנו נלחמים במערכה קשה נגד ציר הרשע של איראן שגמר עומר להשמידנו. הם לא יצליחו בזה. אנחנו ממשיכים להילחם. אנחנו משלמים מחירים כואבים, אבל יש לנו הישגים אדירים, ואנחנו נמשיך להשיג אותם. ואני רוצה להבהיר, אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה ללא רחם, בכל חלקי לבנון, גם בביירות. הכל לפי שיקולים מבצעיים. הוכחנו זאת בתקופה האחרונה, ונמשיך להוכיח זאת גם בימים הקרובים.
Rescuers removed dead bodies after an Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building in North Lebanon, killing at least 21 people according to the Lebanese Red Cross. Footage from the Lebanese media showed a large plume of smoke rising from the hilly village with several destroyed cars next to a severely damaged building as people tried to remove bodies from beneath the rubble. The European Union imposed sanctions on Iran's Deputy Defense Minister, senior members of its paramilitary Revolutionary Guard and 3 airlines over allegations that they supplied drones and missiles and other equipment to Russia for use in war against Ukraine. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen confirmed the new measures during her appearance in Berlin.
Yes, actually, I can inform you that today the Council took a decision on sanctions on Iran. The reason is that Iran is supporting Russia's drone and missile terror against innocent civilians in Ukraine. The daily killing and the death of innocent people that we see would not be possible without the supplies and the supply lines by Iran. And therefore, these sanctions against Iran are sending a very clear message. Contributions to terror and Russia's illegal war of aggression have serious consequences.
A Russian court on Monday convicted a French citizen of collecting military information and sentenced him to 3 years in prison. Laurent Vintier, a 48-year-old political scholar who was arrested in Moscow in June, earlier admitted guilt, setting the stage for a fast-track trial. His lawyers asked the court to sentence him to a fine. Detentions on charges of spying and collecting sensitive data have become increasingly frequent in Russia and its heavily politicized legal system since Moscow sent troops into Ukraine in February 2022. North Korea blew up the northern parts of inter-Korean roads no longer in use on Tuesday. South Korea media has said it comes after the two rivals exchanged threats of destruction amid rising animosity over North Korea's claim that South Korea flew drones over its capital. The road demolition is a display of North Korea's growing loathing of South Korean conservative government as its leader Kim Jong-un has vowed to sever relations with South Korea and abandoned the goal of achieving peaceful Korean unification. 4 people have died in a car crash in France after their Tesla vehicle reportedly hit a road sign and caught fire. The driver and 3 passengers were burned beyond recognition. Everything suggests that the vehicle came off the road, citing the marks on the ground and a severe road sign. Tesla did not immediately reply to the request of comments on this issue. Walgreens plans to close about 1,200 locations over the next 3 years as the drugstore chain seeks a turnaround in struggling United States business. The company said about 500 store closures will happen in the current fiscal year and should help adjusted earnings and free cash flow. Walgreens leaders in late June said they were finalizing a turnaround plan for its United States business, and push could result in the closing of hundreds of underperforming stores. The company has been struggling for years. Bill Clinton made a stop at the local McDonald's for lunch in Newnan, Georgia. Employees in the restaurant recognized the former president. One of the employees mistook Clinton for current President Joe Biden. Democrats see Clinton as someone who can mobilize both rural voters and black voters. While Clinton was recognized for his popularity in southern black communities, it remains to be seen whether he can still inspire black voters as the population familiar with his presidency has grown old. French soccer star Kylian Mbappe representatives have rejected as false and irresponsible reports in Swedish media saying he is the subject of a rape investigation in Nordic country. Swedish media tabloids reported the Real Madrid striker was the subject of a rape claim following a visit to Stockholm last week. Mbappe was seen training with his club Real Madrid amid these reports. 15 emerging filmmakers took home Student Academy Awards on Monday night during a ceremony in London. The International Student Film Competition chose 15 of nearly 3,000 entries, adding these young creatives to the long list of past notable winners like Spike Lee. Rishabh Jain, an Indian student who recently graduated from New York University, won Student Oscar in documentary category for his film A Dream Called Khushi. The highly captivating 2024 film tells the story of a Rohingya refugee in Bangladesh who strives for her education and dreams of studying in Canada.
Let's go AP. This is a win for AP as well, because that's where the story really began. At the bureau, AP gave me the chance to go and cover the Rohingya crisis when I was rather young, and it was so many trips from the South Asia bureau, to Bangladesh and into the camps, and that's where this documentary really began. In 2017, 2018, with the Associated Press. So thank you guys.
Let's get you some latest update from the SCO Summit in Pakistan, where Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar is in fact attending this summit on behalf of India. S. Jaishankar, in his straight talk from the forum to Pakistan, said that terror, trade and transit reference at the SCO speech. India's blueprint for the SCO cooperation is genuine partnerships, not unilateral agendas. The External Affairs Minister is in Islamabad. He also spoke about terrorism, extremism and separatism as 3 evils that, in fact, it is being seen as aimed at Pakistan.
Last night, there was an informal dinner hosted by the Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, and we all saw how Pakistani Prime Minister welcomed E.M. Jaishankar. There was a handshake, exchange of pleasantries and a few words talk. Today is the main day for SCO Summit as the plenary is taking place at Jinnah Convention Center in Islamabad. The theme of this summit is strengthening a multilateral dialogue, striving towards sustainable peace and prosperity. And it will provide a platform for member states to address critical issues such as cross-border terrorism, economic cooperation, climate change, and regional stability. As leaders from China, Russia, India, Pakistan, and other member states are here, the focus will be on enhancing collaboration in an increasingly multipolar and turbulent world where two wars are going on. As cross-border terrorism is a very crucial issue for India, it is most likely that EM Jaishankar will spell out India's concerns once again on this platform. It is also to be noted that Pakistan once again mentioned Kashmir issue in its joint statement with China yesterday. The statement comes even as the EM Dr. Jaishankar is in Islamabad. Certainly it will have its own diplomatic consequences. We can remember last year, May, during the SCO Foreign Minister meet in Goa, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar had described his then Pakistani counterpart Bilawal Bhutto Zardari as a promoter, justifier and a spokesperson of the terrorism industry, which is the mainstay of Pakistan. And these were the harsh words. We'll have to see what Jaishankar says this time on the issue of terrorism emanating from Pakistan. As far as bilateral talk is concerned, it's already ruled out, though in his recent address back home, Jaishankar said India would certainly like to have good relation with Pakistan like any other neighbor country, but that cannot happen by overlooking cross-border terrorism. So cross-border terrorism is a big issue for India, and so in the shadow of India-Pakistan relationship, SCO meet here in Islamabad is work under progress.
My colleague Rika, in fact, caught up with Rani Rampal, the former captain of the Indian women's hockey team, and this is what she had to say about the future of Indian women hockey. Take a look.
Rani, thank you very much for talking to us and many congratulations for this moment. आपने शायद बड़े अरसों से इस मोमेंट की इंतज़ार की थी.
बिल्कुल, हम बहुत सालों से सोचते थे कि कभी विमेंस लीग होगी क्या इंडिया में, क्योंकि हम हमेशा मेंस लीग ही देखते थे. बट आई थिंक हॉकी इंडिया का बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है कि विमेंस लीग को भी इंक्लूड किया. आई नो इस साल 4 टीम है, होपफुली नेक्स्ट सीज़न में जो और ज़्यादा टीम्स जुड़ेंगी, फ्रेंचाइज जुड़ेंगी. बट एक स्टार्ट होना बहुत ज़रूरी था, क्योंकि एक स्टार्ट हुआ तो बहुत सारे यंगस्टर्स को इस लीग में खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, जिनको अपना टैलेंट शोकास करने का मौका मिलेगा.
32 लाख जो उदिता को मिला है, उसके बारे में आपका क्या कमेंट है? वन women's hockey player getting sold for 32 lakh rupees, isn't that, wouldn't you think that's a magical figure?
या बिल्कुल, बिकॉज इससे पहले कभी वुमेंस हॉकी में इतना पैसा था नहीं. लीग अभी शुरू हुई है, सो अगर किसी विमेंस प्लेयर को 32 लाख मिल रहा है, सो इट्स अ गुड मनी. आई नो स्टिल बजट बहुत अभी भी कम है, लेकिन एक स्टार्ट के लिए ठीक है, एक स्टार्ट होना ना, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे ये लीग इस बार लोग देखेंगे, प्लेयर्स खेलेंगे, सो डेफिनेटली और भी फ्रेंचाइज जुड़ेंगी एंड होपफुली उसका नेक्स्ट ईयर जो बजट है वो भी इंक्रीज़ हो. बट आई एम सो हैप्पी फॉर द प्लेयर्स कि विमेंस प्लेयर्स आर गेटिंग मनी. जो बहुत सालों से हम सोचते थे कि विमेंस प्लेयर्स को भी एक फाइनेंशियल जो है वो हेल्प होनी चाहिए.
आपने पूरी तरह से तो हॉकी नहीं छोड़ा है. व्हाई डिडंट यू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द ऑक्शन? आपने क्यों ऑक्शन में हिस्सा नहीं लिया?
हॉकी इज़ माई पैशन, सो मुझे लगता है मुझे जो भी रोल करने के लिए मिलेगा हॉकी में, आई एम ऑलवेज रेडी टू डू इट. सो मुझे जब सुरमा हॉकी क्लब की तरफ से ये कॉल आई कि आप हमारे मेंटर बनोगे, तो मैंने बोला व्हाई नॉट, बिकॉज देर आर सो मैनी यंगस्टर, बहुत छोटी लड़कियां हैं जिनको मैं हेल्प कर सकती हूँ अपने एक्सपीरियंस से, अपनी नॉलेज से. सो आई थिंक फॉर मी इट्स नाउ लाइक कि कैसे हम किसी ना किसी वे में हम यंगस्टर्स को हेल्प कर सकते हैं.
रानी, आपका बहुत लंबा समय का एक्सपीरियंस है. क्या खास एक्सपीरियंस जो आपने फील्ड में एक्वायर किया है, आप दूसरे छोटे लड़कियां हैं उनको बताना चाहते हो? बिकॉज हॉकी वी डोंट जस्ट लुक एट इट एज अ स्पोर्ट बट एज अ सोशल चेंज. तो क्या कुछ वो चीज़ें आप बताना चाहोगे?
मैं सबको यही बोलती हूँ हमेशा ना कि बीइंग अ फीमेल ना अगर मैं कर सकती हूँ वो, तो मुझे लगता है कोई भी लड़की कर सकती है। उसके लिए सिर्फ आपको एक जज्बा चाहिए, जुनून चाहिए। बहुत सारे आपकी जर्नी में लोग रहते हैं जो आपको हेल्प करते हैं हॉकी सिखाने के लिए, आपको पर्सनली ग्रूम करने के लिए, आपके पेरेंट्स, फैमिली, एवरीथिंग। बट आपको अपने लिए खुद फाइट करनी पड़ती है हमेशा ना। सो मेरा उनको यही मैसेज है कि जब भी आप फील्ड पे हो ना, सो जस्ट फाइट फॉर एवरी सेकंड, क्योंकि एंड कभी भी चीज़ों को ग्रांटेड नहीं लेना चाहिए लाइफ में। विच मैंने अपने लिए भी हमेशा वही इम्प्लीमेंट किया कि नेवर टेक थिंग्स ग्रांटेड, एंड जो भी आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है उसके लिए हमेशा जस्ट वर्क हार्ड एंड गिव योर 100% एवरी डे।
रानी, एक आखिरी सवाल, ये हॉकी लीग से पहले हमने देखा है, जो डेमोग्राफिक्स देखा है, बिहार, उड़ीसा, हरियाणा और कुछ छत्तीसगढ़, महाराष्ट्र से लड़कियां ज़्यादातर हॉकी महिलाओं के हॉकी यहाँ पे कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड थे। आपको लगता है दिस लीग कैन रियली contribute towards the spread of hockey in far corners of the country?
या बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जब ये लीग अभी चलेगी एंड हर स्टेट में लीग देखने को मिलेगी, बच्चों को, जो यंग लड़कियां उनको देखने की मिलेंगी, डेफिनेटली वो इंस्पायर होंगी, क्योंकि हम सबके कुछ आइडल्स रहते हैं। जो यंग लड़कियां, उनके भी इंडियन टीम में कुछ आइडल्स होंगे कि मैं इसको देखना चाहती हूँ, एंड व्हेन दे सी ना, दे गेट इंस्पायर कि मुझे भी हॉकी खेलनी है, मुझे भी हॉकी खेलनी है। सो डेफिनेटली आप देखोगे कि पहले नॉर्थ ईस्ट से कभी कोई प्लेयर हॉकी में देखने को नहीं मिलता था, बट अभी आप देखोगे सीनियर एंड जूनियर प्रोग्राम में काफ़ी सारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से भी प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं। सो धीरे धीरे हॉकी स्प्रेड हो रही है ऑल ओवर द इंडिया, बट अगेन आई थिंक थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, बट ये लीग बहुत हेल्प करेगी यंग लड़कियों के लिए।
All right, before we slip into a short break, let's leave you with these images of Chhattisgarh. Bastar celebrates Dussehra in its unique way. Take a look. Thank you so much for being with us.
The magic of the world's longest festival in the heart of India, Chhattisgarh's Bastar. The Bastar Dussehra, a 75-day-long festival, is a celebration like no other. "75 days of rituals, dances and devotion, showcasing the rich cultural heritage of the region." The festival dates back to the reign of the 13th century king Purushottam Dev. Unlike other Dussehra celebrations, it doesn't commemorate Lord Ram's victory over Ravan. Instead, it honors the local deity, goddess Danteshwari Devi. The Bastar Dussehra is organized by the royal family of Bastar.
बस्तर दशहरा सबसे पुराना परंपरा है, जो कि 1400 शताब्दी से चले आ रही है। आज दिन तक 600 साल पुरानी ये परंपरा है। हर दिन का एक महत्व है और ये परंपरा सदियों से चली आ रही है। और एक माटी पुजारी भी, बस्तर रियासत ही ऐसी रियासत है जिसमें कि महाराजा को एक रथ के उपाधि मिली गई। किसी देश में ऐसा नहीं हुआ और यहाँ पे रावण दहन नहीं होता।
People from different tribal backgrounds don colorful traditional attire and fill the streets with energy, dance and folk music. A massive two-tiered chariot is crafted by skilled carpenters and pulled through the streets by up to 400 individuals.
Jagdalpur, a small city in Chhattisgarh where a 75 days long Dussehra is being celebrated. Locals, the tribals, everybody is participating here in this whole celebration. These visuals, you can clearly see the people, the tribals of Bastar performing the ritualistic dance that is done here. They are carrying a palki over their shoulder. In this palki, they say that the goddess of Bastar, stay in this palki, and that is why they are revolving it all around the place.
मैं ये देवी के साथ घूमता हूँ
ये मंडवी परिवार का देवी है। ये पूर्वज से चलते आ रहा है। हम लोग का दादा परदादा लोग जो लाए यहाँ से, उस दिन से हम इस देवी को यहाँ लाते हैं।
कितने सालों से आप इस पूजा में भाग ले रहे हो?
मैं हो गया 20 साल हो गए हैं। बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ऐतिहासिक पर्व है यहाँ बस्तर का, विश्व प्रसिद्ध है दशहरा और बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब लोकप्रिय है। लोगों में राजा के प्रति सम्मान बहुत ज़बरदस्त है यहाँ पे।
The streets of Jagdalpur, Bastar's district headquarters, come alive with energy and excitement during the festival.
The king will do a puja and bring an end to this whole procession, and after today the new year will start for the people who are living in Bastar. With camera person Sachin, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the top news stories. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. After multiple threats received by Indian Airlines in the last 2 days, the Parliamentary panel met today to discuss the menace. 2 calls were received today itself, 12 in the last 48 hours. Nayab Singh Saini to remain Haryana Chief Minister. The newly elected MLAs elected him as the Parliamentary Chief. Haryana swearing in will take place tomorrow in Panchkula. The Prime Minister will attend. Omar Abdullah takes oath as Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister again. Omar Abdullah says on the Congress party that kept some ministerial berths vacant. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Akhilesh Yadav all take part in the swearing-in ceremony. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar slams Pakistan on terror at the meeting of the SCO in Islamabad, says terrorism, extremism, separatism are 3 evils. A key Mahayuti meeting will take place today evening at 6 p.m. in Delhi, where Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar will meet Home Minister Amit Shah. The Maharashtra government releases its report card highlighting its achievements ahead of elections. And the Mysuru Urban Development Body Chief Mari Gowda resigned, citing health concerns. This comes amid the ongoing investigation into the land scam allegations against Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his family. All right, but first let's go across to the cabinet briefing taking place. Let's listen in to Ashwini Vaishnav.
सीजन के लिए MSP अप्रूव हुआ है और जैसा आपने देखा खरीफ में वैसे ही रबी में भी एक जबरदस्त बड़ी बढ़ोतरी की गई है. There is a significant increase in the MSP for Rabi price. बैकग्राउंड आप सब जानते हैं कि कमीशन फॉर एग्रीकल्चर कॉस्ट एंड प्राइसेस वो कंप्लीट एक एनालिसिस करता है. कॉस्ट कितनी है, मार्केट कंडीशन कैसी है, उन सब को देखने के बाद में जो सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर होता है, द बिगेस्ट फैक्टर इज दैट द प्राइस शुड बी एटलीस्ट 50% अबव द कॉस्ट. वो सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर होता है. उस आधार पे जो 6 रबी क्रॉप्स हैं, उन 6 रबी क्रॉप्स का आप पहला कॉलम देखेंगे, ये उसकी कॉस्ट आएगी इस साल के रबी सीजन में एज पर द प्रोजेक्शंस ऑफ CACP. उसके आधार पे जो सेकंड कॉलम है वो है पिछले साल का MSP. उसके आधार पे इस साल का जो MSP है वो आपके सामने रखा गया है थर्ड कॉलम में, और एक्चुअली देखो तो फोर्थ कॉलम में MSP फॉर रबी, ये वाला कॉलम, ये वाला कॉलम. इस कॉलम में आपको रबी की MSP दी गई है और सिग्निफिकेंट इंक्रीज है. हम देखेंगे अगर वीट है, गेहूं के लिए 150 रुपए बढ़ाया गया है, बार्ले यानी जौ के लिए 130 रुपए बढ़ाया गया है, ग्राम यानी चने के लिए 210 रुपये बढ़ाया गया है, मसूर के लिए 275 रुपीज़ बढ़ाया गया है, और सरसों के लिए 300 रुपये की बढ़ोतरी की गई है, और सनफ्लावर यानी कुसुम उसके लिए 140 रुपीज़ की बढ़ोतरी की गई है। मैं आप सबका ध्यान विशेषकर इस फोर्थ कॉलम, लास्ट कॉलम की तरफ ध्यान देना चाहूँगा। इस कॉलम पे आप सब जरूर ध्यान दें। एक एक आइटम पे जो कॉस्ट है, कॉस्ट से कितना ज़्यादा एमएसपी है, वो इस कॉलम में क्लियरली दिखाया गया है। जो कई बार नैरेटिव की और फेक नैरेटिव की लड़ाई लड़ना चाहते हैं, उनके सामने ये सच के आंकड़े अगर परोसोगे तो कई बातें अपने आप में स्पष्ट हो जाएगी। गेहूं में कॉस्ट से 105 गुना 5%, 105%, 100% यानी कॉस्ट का प्रैक्टिकली डबल। आप देखो गेहूं की कॉस्ट है, प्रोजेक्टेड कॉस्ट है 1182, 1182, और एमएसपी कितनी है 2425, यानी प्रैक्टिकली डबल, राइट। 105% ज्यादा है, हिसाब से कितनी होनी चाहिए 50%, कितनी यहाँ पे है 105%। इट शुड बी नॉर्मली 50% मोर देन द कॉस्ट, बट इन दिस केस दिस इज 105% मोर, which means it is practically double of the cost. Same is the case with barley, gram, lentil, mustard and safflower. 60% more in case of barley, 60% more in case of grams, 89% more in case of lentils, masoor, and 98% more in case of mustard, 50% more in case of safflower. So this is the real...
All right, the cabinet briefing there and a significant increase in the Rabi crop MSP. But moving on to other news now, in the big story we've been tracking right here on NDTV, a massive menace for airlines in India with hoax calls impacting